solid, and as it does this, it begins to contract because of uh, the expansion, because of the rapid cooling, because the well, see it in the next slide here. I don't know why suddenly there's text, but this is the mainstream narrative: is that that magma is pushing upward, and that 50 million years ago, this was the floor, right? That this is surrounded by Earth, and then the lava is pushed upward, and then there's a rapid cooling event that causes this expansion, which leads to the hexagonal columns. And there's like 4 different main theories about how that happens.
Oh wow.
They all
Okay.
involve 50 million years of time.
Oh wow.
And then
Okay.
after, so the cooling occurs, the columns are formed, and then over 50 million years, all of that Earth is then eroded away. And so I think that's pretty interesting that they're saying that the land used to stretch up to here, because I think Devil's Tower is, I remember, it's like 800 feet tall or something like that.
Yeah, I would have to just challenge the very notion of what they're saying, because even when it, like the salt, or if it's lava, right, magma flow, even if it's a laminar flow or upward throw and up thrust, right, it's gonna, when it solidifies, all things resolidify into everything into a crystalline pattern, right? It's a crystal lattice structure that creates. And that would not be the nature of that particular igneous stone to go into a hexagonal pattern. It's counterintuitive.
Well,
So,
so the point I was going to make is that you never ever see a straight line anywhere in any lava flow. I used to live in Maui, and there were big lava flows on Maui. This is what lava does, and so they just it's just one of those trust me bro things, you know.
and
Yeah,
building,
So then, even if you want to believe the narrative, how does this happen? How do you get this diagonal cut? It's not a cut. This is something that is very likely biological, in my opinion.
you're breaking the very first rule of modern science, which is that science is settled, therefore don't trust the evidence in your eyes and ears.
Right.
We know better.
Yeah. To settle that my butt has been on this chair for the last 12 hours.
I'm not going to ask any more about that.
Mike, what you're talking about is fluid dynamics, and if I come from a visual effects background with computer graphics and animation, so we're constantly working with particle systems to study the dynamics of how things move, fluid dynamics, to simulate water, to simulate wind blowing leaves, or how they would move on a surface of a carpet or grass on the surface. And when you study fluid dynamics and you look at the explanation of this being lava, it completely falls apart.
And similarly, Steve, so similarly, I've worked with modeling explosions, right, which is a kind of a similar thing as, aerodynamics, which is a fluid dynamics with deflagration, right? So there's a lot of variables, but what you'll still find is that certain patterns are predictable, just like Mike said, right? You get predictability. When you begin to see those patterns develop, then you can follow them. And all of a sudden, you're showing an anomaly which does not follow any of those patterns. You get stuff to create something new and unique, and they'll go, yeah, but we know it's this. They're wrong. Right? And this is kind of the term that I coined: is absolute certainty is the imminent domain of frauds and fools. The only people that are absolutely certain are lying to you, or they are to you.
Yeah. I made this video, felling Titan trees, just showing that even with steampunk technology, this is a pulley system and this is a diamond rope saw. This is how they do pouring of large stone like marble in huge blocks. Is they just have diamond rope. So you could have a really long rope and pulley system on either end, and with steampunk technology, you could cut these giant trees down and leave these plateaus that we see all over the world.
Well, and that even assumes that they're, that it is a silicon life form, which is plausible, I suppose. There's a lot of questions about that, or that it was a carbon life form that then, became calcified or became petrified. Either way, right? I mean,
Yeah, I'm of the mind that, like, there are people who talk about a silica era, and that life forms used to be made of silica. And I haven't seen any real compelling evidence of that. I think what's
I think it's a
more
neat
likely,
idea. I think it's a neat idea, but I haven't seen anything else. There's far more, to me, there's far more evidence of carbon-based life forms that then become calcified or petrified.
yeah, I think it's far more likely that there's been a transmutation of elements, and that's why things become silica. Not that they
Oh
were
God.
silica
Oh,
when they
thank
were
you.
alive.
Agreed. That's
Uh,
my opinion.
Yeah, so just going back to this point that I was making about this, if this was tree, then it makes perfect sense that this whole region around here would all be basalt, because that would be the fibers of the tree. And yeah, beautiful to
Hey, Mike, I'm curious about what
Hey.
you just stated about the transmutation process
Mhm.
that comes after this transmutation. Do you have any references to that happening in nature? Or any scientific experiments
boy.
that have done to show that?
well, there's both biological transmutation
Oh my God,
that
please.
occurs, and then transmutation through things like plasma.
Dude.
So
No.
that ties into a lot of my theories about instant petrification and how heart stones could exist.
Oh
if
my
those are
God.
hearts, and
I'm gonna crash
all
out
those
already.
topics, they tie into this idea that an element is changing from one type of element to another, and that's not possible unless you
Wow.
have nuclear
Okay.
reactors,
Gotta repair my ring now.
or the fusion that happens inside
That
of stars.
sucks.
Right, that's
But
where
they
all
just
the
broke
novel
my ring.
elements are born.
I'm
and then
slow.
the stars supernova and spread out into the universe, and I no longer believe.
Oh my
any
God.
aspect of
Yeah,
3
it.
rings are broke.
I have a cautionary tale about that. About that explanation.
Everything's broke.
Yeah, but there's two examples that I often come back to. Well, two examples of biological transmutation, which one is a tree that they.
What's
they
up,
put
jerk?
in a
Let me
pot,
know if
and
everything sounds
they
okay, if
weighed
it's
the
good.
pot and the earth and the tree, and they
I'm
put it into a
multi-streaming
room,
on YouTube,
and that
Kick,
room was
and Twitch.
sealed
I
off
have
in some
no
way,
idea
and then over a
how
period
well
of
this is
7
gonna go.
years, the only thing the tree got was sunlight and distilled water. So there's no minerals that are in the water that the tree could use to build its mass. But this tree took on a lot of mass, and when they weighed it at the end of the 7 years, it was obviously a lot bigger than when they put it in there. So that's an example in my mind of biological transmutation. Another is the chicken egg, which is, the chicken is.
Is it too loud? I don't know how the audio balance is. Maybe I need to turn it down a little bit. Hang on.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. If you ever feel dumb, just remember that there's always someone dumber than you.
Poor.
There's a heat
Yeah,
wave in Missouri,
I guess.
and roads suddenly buckled and snapped as a result.
You ever get into Dark Souls, Strat?
She didn't realize that the garage door was closing.
Yeah, Strat, I'm not really down with mainstream shit. Like, at all.
A mud volcano randomly erupted from this road in China. This dog has narcolepsy and gets really tired whenever they get excited.
Oh, you're already. Do you want some chicken? You're already. Gone.
Yo, Ann McCon. What's up, Ann McCon? I'm doing great so far, even though all my equipment just broke.
I can't tell if the
Excuse
volcano is
you?
having issues moving their truck,
fell.
or they didn't even know that the tree was there.
They're building.
Ooh. I got, oh my god, all my rings are broken. I don't have enough souls to repair this, probably.
I also just found out that bunnies can get
Yeah,
bananas.
are you a big Dark Souls fan, Ann?
His go-karts are
Elden
still
Ring
under
was my
control.
first Dark Souls game. Oh no. No, 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 no. Please. Oh, I blew it. Nah. Not into Dark Souls. Or Elden Ring.
Why did nobody tell me that Bunny Tail
Elden Ring got me
was
into
really
this
long?
franchise. I'm just really looking for,
His basketball court was completely flooded. but
what's
he
the
decided
main
to keep
objective
playing
of this
anyways.
game? That's a great question. The story is, pretty
This game was good for
esoteric, to
watch
be
for the very
honest.
first time.
You kind of have to piece the story together, and even then, it's really not enough. This game's essentially about destroying the god in charge. I would say I don't know that much about the lore. If you were to ask me what the main objective of this game is, it's just to not give up. But not a lot of people can have fun doing that. There's a learning curve for each game. Once you get past the learning curve and you get confident and you get some gear, it just becomes so much
You
fun,
ever
dude.
thought about how goofy giraffes look when they
Extremely
fall in
fun. My learning curve for this game was like 3 or 5 hours. I really didn't understand. Each game's really different. Everyone hates this one for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to explain this game. You just defeat bosses that are in control of the world for some basically evil psychological concept that they're holding on to and will not let go of. But it's meant to be like a dark psychological slasher, I guess. Yeah, I'm terrible at this.
She caught her pet tortoise trying to watch YouTube.
It took you 40 minutes? That's insane. You count grains of sand?
This kid saw himself in the mirror for the very first time.
Yeah. I mean, this game's not for everybody, man. It took me like 10 hours to like Elden Ring. I just stuck with it simply because I think it's Donkey Games on YouTube gave a really good review about Elden Ring, and he like never gives good reviews about games. So if he said this game was good, I was willing to give it a chance, and I knew that there would just be a big learning curve. And I was honestly, when I first started playing this game, I was just scared to death of everything. I thought everything was going to kill me in one hit, and it pretty much does. You used to stream like 4 to 5 months ago. Did you stop streaming?
Her annoying cat figured out how to
I would suggest it. If you like a challenge, if the challenge of the game is what's fun and it's like simple, the mechanics of the game are simple, I think you would like this. If that's you, then I would say give it a chance. Give it a shot. It's going to make you extremely angry. It's going to make you rage. I have never been more angry at any game in my life other than this game. This is the worst. But it provides the most satisfaction, too.
A few days ago, I was at a plane going
Yeah, that's fair, jerk. I have no idea what I'm doing in Dark Souls, the first one right now. I feel like I might need to turn down this. It's like nearly, there we go. Okay. This sucks. All my stuff's broke. I'm just gonna go fix all my gear. Where did this guy come from? Oh, I thought that was like an actual... This one is... It's the most love and hated Dark Souls I've come to find. I think, for the most part, most people hate this game. But a lot of people love it, too. I hated it the first 3-5 hours. Because you have to go off in a lot of different directions in this game. They also didn't have as much time to make this game. Their deadline for it was a lot shorter than the other ones. But I actually really enjoy it. The only complaint I have about this game, this one specifically, is that there's a few runbacks to main bosses that are just like, they take forever to get back to the main boss, and it's like a maze and there's a million people in between you and them. And it's just, I hate that shit. Where you have to go through a maze, fight a bunch of people that are difficult to kill. Ugh. What do I do for work? I am a perishable food manager at a Dollar General. Yeah. 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 Yeah, League of Legends is up there. Yeah, you're probably right. League's actually probably my worst rage game. You're right. Sorry, I'm talking to two people on two different platforms. This is sick, though. And you are my first person I've ever talked to on Kick. Congratulations. How do you like my entertaining personality?
It's good.
Do you like this?
I'd watch.
This is years of experience built in. All I do is turn the camera on and you just go. You just
that's
react to
pretty cool.
everything happening.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, I'm sick like that.
Yeah.
I'm talking to my wife, by the way. She does not want to be seen on camera. I don't know how to tell if anyone follows me on any other platform. I honestly have no notifications for anything. I don't think I have notifications for anything other than Twitch. Honestly, I wasn't willing to invest the time into like figuring all that out. I just wanted to get in and start playing. Anyways, I would recommend this game to anyone that likes a challenge and likes simple mechanics. Halo 3 is my favorite game of all time, so that says a lot. Jay Schlatt? I don't know who that is, but I'm going to look that up after I fix my things. If it's who I think it is, I'm not going to look like him. Hey, I'm glad you like it. This is my first time my wife has seen me stream, and she thinks it's pretty funny. I would do.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Ooh, I might have just broken the ears of everyone listening. I did turn my mic volume up a little bit. If that was too much, let me know. Is it difficult to manage stream and work together? I honestly haven't really streamed in, like, seriously in years. But I'm trying to get... I just want to get back into it. I might as well just turn it on for a couple hours after work each day and do it on multiple platforms. Why not? You know? I don't see a reason not to do it. But she currently doesn't work, so it's really easy. What do you do for work, Ann? Manage stream and work together? Do you work with your partner, Ann? Or are you talking about just like separating the two? I think the sound is pretty well balanced. That's good. Okay, I want to see who Jay Schlatt is. Someone from my other chat, Ann, is telling me I look like this person. Honestly, like, my hair is just a total mess, and I just didn't want to take care of that. Oh. Dude, my hair is way crazier than this man with a hat on. I kind of see what you're saying. I can't remember if I like this guy or not. I feel like I did. I work for content creator and streamers. What do you do? What work do you do? Are you graphic designer? Guess your secret crush for $1,000. I think this guy's pretty funny.
How embarrassing. I've got a message.
He's gone
here.
up like
I wasn't
300,000
even-
subs
I
in
can't
like
believe this is such
a couple
convenience
months.
or whatever. From 5,000 supermodels who are barely
Benji reincarnate.
the most handsome person in
That's
the
awesome.
freaking world. Can't believe someone's jawline can even be that sharp. Would you go on a date with us? That's
The dude in my other chat basically is my missing
I
brother.
know a thing or two about secret admirers. Yes,
Oops.
that's right. Today we're watching 8 singles try to guess their secret admirer.
Yeah,
don't think
I guess I found my missing brother.
in school because I was too busy
I guess I look like Jay Schlatt. I don't know how to feel about that, but I'm cool with it, I guess.
Great position of knowledge to watch this video. Let's go.
4 single girls and 4 single guys.
I'll be having a drunk stream tomorrow if anyone is interested in that. I will be going live, I would say 3:30? 3? Yeah, something like that. If anyone's interested. You manage accounts and the designing stuffs for streamers. That's sick. I bet you're super interested in me, but don't you worry, I'm poor. I'm not gonna worry about art until I don't know, have extra money in my pocket.
Details about the other team. We'll start by showing only names and hobbies in round 1, so let's see who they go for.
Okay, so they're being shown hobbies now, and based on how.
Hello, Queen Batgirl. I am alive. You saw my last stream, which was insane. I haven't streamed in forever. I feel like I need to move my webcam slightly this way because I lean back a lot. But no, I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to show you.
What calisthenics? Let me have a quick think on that. I actually used to go to my local park and
I mean,
do calisthenics.
it's a little better, I guess. What if I did this? See, that's better. Now I look good right there. But like this, though?
It's
Do you
fine.
know what my hobbies are? Well, I'm like a
I don't
hiding
know if I
squirrel
can
showing me my
find it.
acorns, except.
You did not show me your tattoo. What did you get, Jerky Boy? Dude, all I do... The only person I watch on Twitch anymore, honestly, is Asmongold.
I also like gooning as well. Sometimes I go.
Yes, we were very drunk last time.
Such a red flag. Ready?
Yes.
Come on, guys.
Taking my clothes.
Yes.
Okay, I like
Alright, let's see
Okay,
it.
so this is Jordan.
What's up? I'm Jordan. I'm a pop punk artist. I'm from Corona, California.
He likes going raving, Pokemon, and taking his clothes off.
Taking your
I
clothes off
am
is
going to be
not
playing League of Legends later, and I just want everyone to know I am stuck in bronze.
Sometimes it's
I went from bronze 1 to bronze 5 the other day, and then I
It's a little bit.
went on a 7-game win streak and got back to, I think, bronze 2. Then I lost a game because my top lane disconnected.
I don't love.
Oh, League's horrible, man. League makes me... Oh, yeah. Yep. Jerk, you're right. League's definitely my most rage-filled game.
I'm a content creator.
Looking for a beautiful woman.
Oh, bro.
Oh, that's
That tattoo is fire. In case anyone wants to see Jerkazal's Pro's tat, that is sick, dude.
Making notes.
She sounds
That is sick. Now give me a detailed explanation on what it means to you and why.
Seems like he's like trying too hard.
Alright, this is my guy Aaron.
Yo, what's up, y'all? My name's Aaron. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, the Windy City, and I am a model and actor right here in LA, and a stuntman.
His hobbies include horseback riding.
Just, I always thought Aaron's are just so greedy to have a double A at the front for
I don't know
no
where to
reason.
find
No good reason. So greedy.
See your work and give you feedback. Alright.
Food for thought.
Hey, tell you what.
He's a cowboy. He likes to do calisthenics.
You can add me on Discord, and I'll look at whatever you want and give you my honest opinion.
If he wants to put cowboy, or if
Oh,
production decision.
I gotta log
Calisthenics is
in.
pretty cool, so he's like in shape and shit.
Yeah.
Sunday mornings watching Peppa Pig. Maybe he's got like siblings, or that's just his vibe.
Maybe he just likes
like
it.
if he's like, oh, my name's Aaron. We can move on there.
Save a horse and ride a cowboy.
Ooh.
Here is my Discord.
My name is Ben.
Oh, you gave me yours. Okay.
I work with the Los Angeles Whippers.
His hobbies are looking like a
I swear to God, if you use AI, so many people use AI. I can't do it.
His hobbies are literally just looking like a model. Here's a hobby of his. Bro fell at the first hurdle. Who said that? Who said that? You're a little fuck. You really are.
At first, I wasn't too sure, but now looking at the rest of them, I don't think that anymore. You know what?
I believe I'm bronze 2 right now. We're doing art reviews. I mean, I'd be down. That'd be sick. But it's not like I have a plethora of people to submit tattoos to me for me to judge.
My family's from Russia, but I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
By the way, I think I'm finally starting.
What did you guys get placed at? I got put in iron something. I've been getting put in iron every single year. This is the most I've played League this year, more than the past like 6 years. I think I've played like 140 games so far and won half of them exactly.
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel about that one yet. Shit. Fuck with it. I fuck with Pilates. If he takes care of
You can
herself,
carry.
Okay, she like painting. You think that's a cool hobby?
Speaking of retching, that's hot.
League does sound like fun to play right now, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Let me give this game like an hour at least.
Just went ping straight off.
That's hot.
Alright. I need to go repair my gear. Like, horribly.
Jamie.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I am a dancer, content
I
creator,
sent you a
and
request,
YouTuber,
Dan.
and I'm from South Korea.
She likes binge watching anime. She likes being a Nintendo. Playing board games. She sounds cool. I don't know about Nintendo though. You know.
To be honest, bro, Nintendo's a lot of games we want those cartridges. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, as long as Mario's in there, we cool, alright?
I like anime, so I mean.
Alright.
What does that mean? A lot of the games involve cartridges.
What can I improve?
Cartridges. Maybe he just doesn't like cartridges. Why can't I say? Oh, maybe he's not a fan of cartridges.
Hey, my name's Diana. I'm a full-time student and I grew up in North County, San Diego.
So stand-up comedy, okay? And it's just
Alright, that's fire.
stand-up comedy. That's cool. You know, alright, she's a funny girl. Napping.
Alright, you send it to me.
You know, chest is put up. I fuck with chest. Yeah, I'm more of a checkers guy.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. This one, by far, though, Dark Souls 2 is the hardest one I've played so far.
Chess is cool. I think he plays
I
chess
will
better.
always
If you end bronze, you place iron. Okay.
until hope has fully withered.
I got Meg Hay.
Yeah, I'm down to look at your art, Queen.
Yogurt too, let's go. You're looking at the yogurt's biggest fan.
Hi,
Nice.
my name is Megan, and I'm a yoga instructor and podcaster.
You still didn't tell me what that tattoo means to you, but maybe you don't want to, and that's fair.
Perhaps he's
Feeding your starfish.
Feeding her starfish, is that a euphemism for the butthole?
Felons.
Check it out. All right, hang on.
What does she mean? Like hobby is felon? Like.
Let's check out Anne's art.
I feel like, you know, I can help her with that. You know, maybe.
Oh God, she gave me a link. I'm scared.
Each of the contestants enter the confessional
I hate
to reveal
clicking
who
links.
they are crushing on the most.
Oh, so now they pick one based on the hobbies. And that's how you find out who's the secret admirer. And just like that, it only took me 5 minutes of the video to figure that out. I'm getting
It won't even open. The link is not even working, Anne. I don't know what to tell you. The link will not open.
creepy girl in a white nightie and black hair coming down past her face with pour a hot tub full of water into your mouth.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Anne. I can try to copy paste the link.
For the group, a $1,000 cash prize. You got the same match. They got the same match. I'll add to it.
Why do I feel like this is AI instantly?
I stuck with Jordan. I'm not very active, and I feel like the other 3 guys are very active.
Why do I feel like this is AI?
See, I forgot about this one.
This is
and
sick.
this one. Think about Brayden.
How am I supposed to know if this is AI or not?
So that's a match made in
Like,
heaven.
that's the problem.
That was a good contribution.
Oh, are you a furry?
It's like cowboy. That's it. I don't want to explore that. Southern charm.
See, like, this stuff's cool.
I picked Ben because I thought it was just funny.
What about it was fair?
Because I thought his answers were unserious, is what I said.
I put Ben too because I think he sounds tall and hot.
But does he sound like a felon?
No, I have to work with what I have. You know what I mean?
Yo, to be honest, y'all,
You, oh my God, you did?
So I just feel like we vibe.
Oh.
I'm a church boy, you know, I be going to church on a Sunday.
Okay. Interesting. I see.
Yo, where'd you write? You wrote that down?
Oh, no.
Fire.
He just got
Self-deprecating. I like that.
I thought this guy, the guy to the left of this.
Massive fan of self-deprecation. Just don't do it too much to the point where you're beating yourself up like I did for 10 years.
There's only room for one. The famous.
You sent me your link. For later, I can't review your art on stream.
What'd you put on your hobbies? Looking like a model, making 3-pointers.
Bruh, I'm reviewing everybody else's art. Why can't we review yours, dude?
Hey, treat your queen right, bro.
Kinda gay.
I'm gonna go with Megan. I hope you're saying her name right. Megan.
It's really,
I like the hand-drawn anime the most. Anything hand-drawn is what I'm gonna like the most.
Based on what you put, these don't go together. She wants a
The hand-drawn anime so far is the coolest.
only because she painted people. I want to get painted.
VTubers.
She speaks Russian. Russian's hot. Pilates is super difficult. Like if you've never done Pilates, Pilates is hard. So she for sure athletic.
We will now put 5 minutes on the clock and let teams discuss who they think their match should be for round 1.
I'm thinking
Oh,
Sam.
so now they debate who's.
Yeah.
This could be interesting.
Anime art.
He probably does.
I'm really
Wait, have you
not
seen
impressed by
the
anything other than this.
Even though that doesn't really make me horny, but I feel like
This right here is the best thing you have in my opinion. Sorry if that's offensive.
Even though that doesn't really make me horny, I think we could be.
Everything's made with hand?
Should I get an Uber or should I get the underground today? I'm not sure. No, I'm gonna get the underground.
This right
It
here.
doesn't make me horny. It's quick.
This is GOAT.
I feel like if she doesn't want a gym bro, he's still active, this is good for her.
I think you should go to Aaron. Yeah, I should go to Sam. You should go to.
Okay, yeah.
Whoa.
We're ready.
Yes.
Oh, she just.
She wanted to
Well, is Jordan is.
If you
she
could
happy?
somehow
Or she just
make
happy?
a hand-drawn
I
picture
can't remember which one Jordan is. Jordan's the one
of
I don't
Goku.
know which
No,
one Jordan is.
Gohan.
Graphic teal.
and then you wanted an extrovert guy.
That would be
What's
fire.
better than a Raven?
Do that.
That's true.
On mine, I put Pokemon, but taking my shirt off, and I think I put raving.
Nah, low key though, bro. Like, I can see you with Jen, but I can maybe see you with Jamie too. But the Jen for sure. Like,
You're not deserving of your degree?
That could be your girl, bro.
I mean, I like Pokemon, but I'm not a big fan of it. You stand over here.
Why did we do that?
He looks the most spelling.
Okay.
I think I'm about to switch with Diana.
I think they can disappear with the eyes
Match
there.
up more, bro.
Editing really creeps me out.
Yeah, I call her Diana. I'm gonna call her Diana. You know, the good side. You feel me? That's a cool name. Why you feeling that?
This
so,
is
bro?
photography. Is it not? Also, who is this white guy?
Painting people, not sure about that.
You don't want to be painted, bro? Nah.
That's a cool pic.
What does she mean by that? Painting people? Oh, like.
I don't understand.
Like painting on a piece of paper of someone. I thought it meant like literally just painting people, just a certain color, just deciding, you know what, you're gonna be fucking orange, and they're just going ham. No, apparently not that. Well, I don't know actually.
Dude, we're all artists. Anyone that has to get a degree to prove that to themselves is insane, in my opinion.
Okay, so maybe you are with friends. I mean, like, he does calisthenics, I do Pilates, I'm Russian. he's
I
a
mean,
cowboy.
all of these shots are
I'm gonna put yoga, eating
geometrically
myself,
pleasing.
and other balance. So maybe if
I don't see what you're.
What do they eat? I've even got
My
that.
sister's
There's,
a
like, tips.
professional photographer. She didn't go to school for it. She's been making money off that for a decade, over a decade now. I've helped her do. I've been a backup second shot for. I don't know. Anyone can do anything. I would rather see you teach yourself for free off Google and YouTube than go to a college, especially for an art degree. I think college is a scam.
So I'm locking my steam. Megan.
Hey.
For the first round, I'm locked in with Aaron.
For the first round, I'm locked in with Diana.
Oh.
First round, I'm locked in.
Also, get wrecked. I showed it on stream. Get
Match
wrecked.
after round 1, but not to
Empty
worry,
spaces.
we've got 2
Ooh.
rounds to figure it out. In round 2, we
Oh, you have a drone?
height. Let's see if the ladies
You're
match
highly
up.
autistic and morbidly obese?
This is a crazy one to throw in. Three things: it's hobbies, height, and looks. Looks. I guess that just. That'd make it
Wait, you're subscribed to me?
the 6 and overs, right?
Oh, wow. I didn't know you were a subscriber. Hey, thanks.
You know, I used to say if he's not 6'3", he's not for me, but
If he's not 6'3", he's not for me.
And
It's okay. I'm retarded.
You just pulled a 6'5"
So,
shiny up.
it's all good.
Damn,
And
that's an
I'm
easy
insane.
hope is developing.
Yeah, that's fair. I did show your stuff on stream.
You know what I mean? That's just my vibe.
Definitely not just I'm 6'5", so you know, like I can't have no, you know, like miniature, you know, like it gotta look reasonable. So I say like 5'5".
Okay then. Okay then. Good shit, Ben.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine.
Good shit, Ben.
Oh my god! He was clean! He was tallest.
And he wears cowboy.
Okay, I'm gonna entertain you guys with some
He's 6'5".
Dark Souls that no one here understands how to play.
She's gutted. I can't
Well,
remember
and
who-
I like the hand-drawn anime stuff. That's just my style
The heels might
and
be
opinion.
10. But they say they're 5'9", but they end up being 5'7". Oh, that's true.
Okay. Now we talking.
5'5"? Yeah. What is a girl like?
5'6", 5'6".
Yeah.
All right.
It's gonna look good.
Damn. Come on, Megan. Why you do me like that, Megan?
Hey, she's the only one that's under 5.
All right. We're gonna go back to that place now. Not looking forward to this.
Oh, no one's changing. Oh.
Jordan. I think 5'10" is a nice height. You know, still taller than me, so you're gonna hate me very soon. I'm sorry.
2 drones.
I won't hate, but Jordan-
Drone Elisa and her sister DJ.
Only gaining an inch. Jordan's 5'10", Aaron's 5'9". You're only
That's
gaining
sick.
an inch on that.
How much were
It might
they?
be This. It might only be.
Sometimes, if I had money, I would. Sometimes I feel like I would just drive a drone around my town and just like
My head was just
spy on
massive
everyone.
and fat. I'd probably gain an inch.
Like what's everybody doing? Just fly it to my parents' house
Is that more attractive?
and not tell them it's me. Just
What, just
fuck
for
with
me
them.
to become 6'5"? No, I don't
Just
think
tie a dildo to the drone and just fly it around.
And I'm like, okay, maybe Jordan, because I like to rave sometimes, and I like having a rave face, but like it won't be serious. So like after I'm done.
You should probably still be dead.
So with you, bro, Jamie, you might be judging her too quick, bro. I feel like you be.
What you want to draw? Tell me. Are you Chinese, Anne, by chance?
Okay, this is good. This will
You
change
talk
things.
very
This will
directly,
really
and it
make your
seems like you're
break.
Chinese.
Okay.
That'll help a lot.
You know,
But no, I'm good. I don't want to talk on Discord. I'm not interested at all in spending money, so it's fine. They just broke my ring with no,
I've been too busy.
bro. No, they're gonna break all my shit again.
Maybe that's true.
I'm fucked. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out.
Hi guys, my name's Jen. Currently out to dinner, so keep taking care of.
I hate these fucking things. They don't hurt you, but they destroy all your shit.
Everyone wants to do that, but
No. It's okay. I am not interested in spending any money at all. Not even a penny. Do you see my nose, Anne? I'm Jewish.
Now my right ear is really overstimulated.
I'm saving every cent I can possibly get. Times are tough for everyone right now, so
Every time I do these recordings, I wonder
you
if
know,
this
I
ear
gotta
is gonna go
prepare
deaf,
for the worst here.
and then this ear goes deaf. Well, it's because the other one, my parts listening to it. Because instead of getting noise like both ways,
I can't afford to
it's
lose a
like
penny.
like that, surround
Not a
sound.
single penny.
Like, she was already out with somebody. Exactly. She was already.
So if you could do it for half a penny,
You can be next, alright? Hello.
I would consider that.
no. Sorry, you can have him back now.
Did anyone see 28 Years Later?
Dick fell on the record button. I'm not even hands-free right now. Yeah, that's about it. I make music. And
Strat's a fantastic scarecrow. He's outstanding in his field, I must say.
Girl, yeah, giving back to her.
Yes, that was a dad joke, and I'm sorry.
Nice and mellow.
she's a very nice person. I feel like I need to say that. She's just been nothing but complimentary to this person and everybody else. She's not once been like,
I played against a Fiddlestick support yesterday that we definitely would have won the game, but our Malphite disconnected, so...
oh, you can keep him.
Should have been an 8-game win streak, and it wasn't.
Hi, it's nice to meet
Petrified
you.
Dragon Bones, that's good stuff right there. I can put that in a fire. Gets me more health per
I love playing games on my PC
Estes
and
Flask.
staying in and watching movies. So
Alright.
pick the movie and I'll bring
Stronger health bots, fantastic.
You don't sound like a hoe, bro. Oh shit.
Is that it? Oh.
Might be hard. I don't know. I'm an actor, so I'm kind of like I vibe with that. Wait, can I make my choice now?
I've watched the first 10 minutes of it. No, dude, not like this, please. Oh, thank God.
Okay, he's taking the piss. I know he's nonchalant, and I know I was saying, you
Fiddle's a good support though. I mean, his harass is decent. If you don't have a support in your lane that like understands how to have lane presence and be a threat in lane, Fiddlesticks is great. Dude, no, please. Okay. Nothing broke and they flew away, so that's good. I would have crashed out there. I gotta be nearing the end of the game right now. I've already beat the boss in this area, I just haven't explored. I'm trying not to look up where to go. Just trying to figure it out.
That did something to me, but I don't know if I liked it.
I cringed a little bit with the music.
Again, crying a little.
Okay. Oh my!
My name is Diana. I want to know a little bit about you.
Dude, not like this.
Choose my
Not like this,
basketball
please.
player. It would probably be
Do I dare? Oh.
Hey, y'all, what's up? My name's Aaron, nickname Sunday. Why do they call me Sunday? Because I'm always at church on a Sunday. So
What happened to the whole Peppa Pig thing, right? What did Peppa Pig on a Sunday morning? I thought you had. I'm sorry, Lord. Please don't make me do that ever again, whatever you just made me do. Thank you.
I'm a cowboy type horse rider. I like to do calisthenics, which is a lot of handstands and bodyweight workouts. And also, I'm
He was infatuated with an e-girl.
So yeah, let's go explore the town and have a good vibe. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
He sounds like his voice is nice. I don't do church. I respect
But only e-girls?
I love the Lord. Amen. Everything else,
Those are all like the best supports in my opinion. I think Nami is the strongest right now. Her heal is insane.
Hey, my name is Megan. Or
Yeah, Fiddle's harass is really strong.
How the you kind of slide in a DJ Nutmeg nickname. My friend just called me DJ Nutmeg, by the way, but it doesn't make me horny.
Is like going because there's just so much. You never know what to expect, but you know you're gonna have.
Oh god. Okay. Dude, everything here breaks your equipment so fast.
It's like Disney World because there's so much you just don't know what to expect. DJ Nutmeg's in this tree.
I gotta pop a health pot. Okay. See, this is the point where it's like, do I want to run all the way back and risk breaking all of my fucking equipment for souls I don't have? The answer is no. I don't want to fucking do that. But I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
Why do I feel like this is the first
Fuck my life. I'm auto-walking now.
I was actually a keen penny boarder in my youth. Can still balance like a pigeon.
Sona is now Sonar. That's sick. So I have to change my name to Most OK Sonar NA. Yumi one trick. I'm pretty much a Gen one trick. I'm really good with Ezreal. I don't know. I could play any AD carry, but Jin I feel like is the strongest AD carry. A lot of people don't consider Jin to even be an AD carry. I think they're insane.
He's a homebody, and I'm an actor, you know what I'm saying?
I think it did.
Yes, I'm Most OK Sonar NA. I need to put an R in there. How much is a name change?
As soon as you hit a three-pointer in front of her, and then she's like, hang on, he's actually doing his hobby that he listed number one right now, looking like a model. And he's hitting three-pointers. Yeah, please. I'll take that.
We should go based off of what makes the most sense.
I think Jamie makes the most sense for me. I think because I put Pokemon, and she's a Twitch streamer, she's in the anime, I think Jamie. I just feel like that's what she picked.
You know what? Actually, it blew my mind because I just thought about it. Because Stuntman.
I mean, he's a stuntman, an actor.
These voice notes have thrown them into chaos. As soon as they could hear the other person's voice, it has changed everything.
I'm trying to think about what these guys would think about our profiles.
I think this is.
I think we should lock it.
Okay, I will lock it.
This guy can't be 6'1" if this guy is 5'9", and this guy's 5'10", and this guy's 6'5". Does any of this make sense? Can someone with a ruler work this
Are
out?
they gonna follow me forever? Because like,
This is fine. I think it's
I
kind
do
of
not want to
for
deal
that
with
too.
these
I'm locking in
ads
I've
like
been
at
second
all.
round, I'm locked in with Jamie.
Okay, mathematically, yeah, mathematically. So she is 5'5", and we've got an extra this amount. So I'm fucking lost.
$5.
Jamie.
For round two,
I don't know.
I'm
Oh,
locking in
your
with
phone changed it?
Sam
Is that the autocorrect for Sona now?
For round 2, I'm locking in with Aaron.
After the second round, I'm locking with my wife. My fault. Diana.
Oh no.
For round 2, I'm staying with my friend Ben.
After the second round, I'm locked in with Megan.
Oh no.
Yikes. After 2 rounds, James and Jordan are only match. This is looking
Good
very
round.
good for the kickback bank account. Let's see if they can figure this out in round 3 when we drop the profile pictures.
Were you nervous?
So this will change everything. Why is he just holding a Corona? I'm sure he could have chosen his profile picture. Why just have that as a crazy choice? Anyway,
I'm nervous. I am like at the end.
I'm actually really excited because I've been struggling to keep up with the names and who is who. So having British Blade is great for me.
You know, I'm big in personality.
You only did the colors for one.
Who was that again?
You forgot your white hat.
Who the fuck is that? Has he always been in that bottom right corner?
I don't even remember.
3, 2, 1.
Scared? Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
he's pretty. This is like probably a match made in heaven.
Oh my gosh. Wait, this is so cute.
I'm not mad.
Oh, these
He's
are
not
good
my type of
photos.
ball.
That's these guys have chosen good photos, I think. But then you get to the other two. That's a crazy picture to choose. Insane. Love it. And then him
Whoa,
just,
what is this?
With the complete branding on the screen. That's got to be a brand deal. What?
I mean, nah, it's not on that.
Is that where all those dudes just jumped down on me, bro?
Yeah.
I see any blondes here. That's not authentic. Real shit, you can have both of their ass for real.
If we're being like completely honest, she
I
probably
don't
could,
know,
but
I wanna-
I have a slight feeling that she
You don't know what?
I mean, he's really
What to
nice
do?
looking. I feel like their vibes match very well.
I have
It's
to
a
get
nice
Michael
picture.
down
I like the
now.
rose.
Shoot the
I
thing
like
that
the
his legs
tattoos.
on, or find
It won't let me.
find a button or something to push.
Yeah, he definitely
Yeah,
has
I've
that.
looked all over.
No. Just all no. Look at him. He's shirtless and he's like. Also, I think
It
we're
is
too
an
hot for
insane
him.
photo.
I just know we're just not gonna vibe.
He looks like he just got a fresh haircut here, so I feel like I would make him for a little bit.
I feel like he just got a fresh haircut. He's probably really happy about it, so I'm gonna tear him the fuck down. I think that would be fun. A lot of rides on the haircut. So if you come in with pay for that, you're probably right.
Jerk, did you ever find like a house to purchase?
Just 'cause I like her hobbies.
I think Diana. I think she's beautiful. I like her smile.
Yeah, I think that smiles good.
Oh god.
But she's funny. I feel like maybe she like my prom. It's cool.
I think Jamie, and I think that she picked me. I usually get trash girls. Go here, go here. I'll go here, I'll go here.
I should not have struck again.
Oh, wow.
I'm so used to just going through dragons so easily that
Oh, Betty.
I need to give this one some respect or I'm gonna die.
Figures.
Wait, is it Megan?
Yeah, it's Megan.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Does anybody look better?
I mean, she looked good in general.
He's half HP. He's half HP.
If you guys can tell me who's the most confident in
Maybe.
I should not have done that.
do you think there's a chance that guy
I mean, he would be.
Thank God he missed his tail.
and if I could get
I would have crashed out there. There we go.
How do we feel about this
Flame quartz ring.
Nose piercing. Wait, why does it say Mr. Steal Your Bitch?
Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Third dragon
What is
ring.
that?
I have one felony.
Crease.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
That's 250
Take
in the
that.
bank.
I know that.
Okay.
Yay!
I want to make a Zelda pun, but I don't want to try it.
Dragon tooth. That sounds like a sick weapon.
That's true.
Right now, both girls on the left come forward because this is it.
Bro, I literally just got that ring and he just broke it, dude.
You pick. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, they know it.
Do you think there could be something here?
I think we're on the same page.
You guys pull yours out. 3, 2, 1.
What I've come to realize is that most people that
She's good looking, yeah. Or even though I'm more.
enter into a one viewer stream are just trying to get money from you for graphic design, and most of what I found is it's people using AI.
What's the next step here?
We'll see. Maybe talk to each other. Like talk your shit. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, we'll see.
She just roasted you. There's one last twist. I had you guys write down whether you wanted to split or steal. You got everything right. There's $1,000 in the pot.
Did you fuck us?
We would never do that.
Oh shit. The girls split.
Wow.
That's very valiant. What did the boys do?
They chose to steal.
That girl spooked me a little bit right there. Gave me a bit of a spooky, dude.
I like a man that likes to pay for dinners and shit.
Would any of you guys be willing to
Oh,
use
God.
money to take one of them out?
No. You know what? I would take you out. I didn't say use the money. I didn't say use the money for free.
What a wild ending with the guys choosing to steal from the
Oh, this guy's got beef. He's beefy. He's beefy.
They just secured no pussy at the end. They just stole the money. They're like, yeah, well, we nailed it. Yeah, the girls fancy us. We'll take the money and we're gone. Damn. I feel like there was no real happy couples at the end of that. There's only one happy couple. Me and you. As we get to the
Oh, God.
Thanks for watching, guys. Make sure you like, comment,
Dude.
subscribe, share, let me know what you thought of the video in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Or you can press the one that's on my face right now, because I'll be there.
NA1? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Buying a home in this economy? Market was down massively. I mean, I have my own house. Got it 30K under what they were asking. Streaming on Kick as well as YouTube. My cat's breath is so stinky. I don't know why that's so funny. He made Kick when it first came out. Kick's starting to get a lot more traction now that people are realizing Twitch is like a heavily biased political platform that just basically censors certain specific people. I don't know, the way they handle things is clearly biased, but they're the best streaming platform, right? A lot of people are just realizing that it's better to multi-stream. There's really no reason to just stream on Twitch, I guess is the point. Twitch is it's oversaturated. I really just want to run past all these guys. It has like 4 ads now. Kick has 4 ads. I'm gonna make him fight me over here. Oh, dude, he's got 1 HP. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Twitch. Yeah, that's why that's what's cool about Asmongold is he doesn't run ads at all on his channel. Makes it really frustrating to watch any other streamer, honestly, because I know the moment I click on them, I'm instantly going to get hit with 2 ads or whatever it is. Oh, I see. I came back out this end. Interesting. Okay. I do feel like playing League, though. I'm not going to lie. I need to put more time into this game, though. This part of the game has kind of killed my boner for the game. Just because it's the difficulty when I'm massively... Now all of my items are broke. Like, it's just not fun. It's incredibly difficult. Okay, there was another section. Wait, I gotta drop down again. I say it's not fun, yet I can't stop playing it, so... Hey, love you too, Jerky Boy. Peace out, brother. Peace out, everybody. You enjoy your Netflix and your Vertigo and whatever else going on. Oh. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, I've been to this already. Oh. Yeah, I don't know where to go. I'm lost. Dude, I get hot so fast.
You should turn it a little. It's blowing like right on me.
I'm gonna feed the dog. I'll BRB.
Ludi!
No, go potty.
Did you say what? Ludi? Lieutenant!
Stamina recovery. It's fire. $50 fucking strength, bro. Good lord.
I'll be around.
Bearer of the curse until hope has. That tiny thing, an ancient being that will mock your foot, she imparts sound wisdom. Provided you find her on a good day. The sign you bear will drain your very souls. And without souls, stay strong, even when you.
Dude.
So, Matthew, what are your thoughts on this? Because I know you wanted to talk a lot about the. I mean, John, you had already mentioned. I mean, you said that it's in the mainstream news. That Iran called, I guess, the White House, called Trump up and be like, okay, we're gonna drop some bombs on your base, and he was like, okay, cool, and of course no one was hurt, so it seems pretty ceremonial. And then, Matthew, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I want to start with overgeneralizations, so we want to avoid those. So there's good sides, there's good people and bad people in every nation. And so when you talk about the moving dynamic, there's the good and there's the bad. And so a good example of the bad would have been what we were talking about previously with let's pick a bone, a femur, not the funny bone, but the femur camps, and they had a bunch of coffins ready to go. And so if you know what that was about, they had everything ready to go in a certain direction, and that's bad guys. But the good guys carried through with the Operation Warp Speed, putting it through so fast that they couldn't get the testing done in time to make it absolutely like you have to have these or you're going somewhere else. Not the point. So with that in mind, when we have the issues that are going on right now, and you had Israel ask America, ask Trump to go ahead and help them with blowing up these facilities. There was one facility that they wanted to have blow up, and I would typically say that this would be from a bad angle perspective. Trump says, "I'm going to take care of all three." What that does is it eliminates the excuse to have war. You have zero excuse for them to go ahead and have war. This was disturbing for the deep state in both Iran as well as in Israel. And I'm not going to name names of who's who or whatever. But there is disruptions and the bad guys are leaving. There are people in, for example, in America, when we were having a protest, there were Israelites that were protesting against Zionism.
Return to force the fallen giants to interact with dead giants to access their memories using the ashen mist to obtain from the ancient giants.
To when the attacks were going on in Iran, the three nuclear stations, I don't recall the term, when they were being destroyed, there were people in Iran that were Iranians who were actually rejoicing because they know how bad it could have been, and they knew that this was
first King's Door.
So there are people that are in these situations, apart from how the media spins it, who recognize that there are good things happening. It looks bad, but experiment is necessary. So I think everything's going to come to a head. We see a lot of corruption that's being taken care of in certain countries. There's another country that'll be reserved for later, and all in all, there's good and bad everywhere. But it's nice to see how the movie is playing. I'm excited. I feel that there's a lot of hope for the good guys winning. Obviously, who wins in the end. So how does that play out here? So
yeah, I mean, obviously in the spy versus spy game, I use that analogy a lot, and never thought it'd be coming to such good use in the 21st century. I used to love that as a kid. It only makes sense that they're going to have, intel in all different countries, right? They're going to be working with everyone they can, including in Iran, and maybe in Israel. I don't really know how that works with Mossad. So, question for all of you: Will the
time gain close attention, the heart you'll be able to access. What you will need to do is go to 4 locations to experience memories of the past. By using the heart, you'll be able to access a hidden area, which we'll show you where that's at. The first location you're going to want to go to is the Forest of Fallen Giants, Cardinal Bonfire. Once you are there, shimmy down the ladder and head to the area where you first encountered mild-mannered hate. If you're approaching from the area you first encountered the pursuer boss, you make the left of the room with the hollow soldiers arming the ballistas, and to the right. You will see what looks like a very ugly tree in the distance. This is actually a giant. Approach it and you will be whisked away to your first win, in memory of Hamar. Make sure you talk to the guy on the right, Captain Verwan, to learn a gesture and to make him summonable in later memories. After you complete this memory, the second one you will want to go to is where you fought the pursuer himself. Shimmy down the ladder and hang a left. Run straight through the door, dodge the 2 skeleton guys on your left and right, hanging.
place this fort in my hands. Whoever you are, I forgive your trespass, but leave this place immediately. Just mention my name, and no man will challenge your exit. And even if you don't, by now, my men have not the will to resist. Soon, the giants will descend. It is revenge for the kingdom's misguided barbarism. The venerable lord built this kingdom to bring prosperity to his subjects. What has transformed him so, I cannot imagine. Long ago, the king crossed the seas, pillaged the land of giants, and brought back a prize. It was then that the golems materialized. The giants are no ordinary barbarians. A singular rage burns within their hearts. My father and his father both fought the giants on this very land. The giants have wills of steel. They cannot find it within themselves to forgive them. Did you see him? That towering monster among them. That is most certainly their king. He will be a thing to topple. Even if I should die trying. My blade may break, my arrows fall wide, but my will shall never be broken. Those who live by the sword will die by it, and I, Drummond, won't go down without drawing mine. Be gone with you. This fort will soon fall. Be gone before the giants are entirely upon us. Be gone with you. Be gone.
Got your bitch ass.
And you will be whisked away to your first memory, the memory of Namor. Make sure you talk to the guy on the right, Captain Durban, to learn a gesture and to make him summonable in later memories. After you complete this memory, the second one you want to go to is where you fought the pursuer himself. Shimmy down the ladder and hang.
What the fuck? I'm on your side, jackass. Fuck you. Hope you die. No! How do I complete a memory?
Hang a left. Run straight through the door.
Be complete. Be gone.
You gotta be fucking stroking my... That's a man. That one. The corner. That's a man.
Oh.
That's a train. It is.
Yeah, no.
Just letting you know, look at the jaw, bro. That's a dude.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Dodge a few skeleton guys on your left and right, hang another right. Go straight through the building at the end, and around the winding corridor, and then go straight through the giant head statue that's missing part of his face. You will find yourself in Memory of Oro, the last memory in the Forest of Fallen Giants. Make sure to equip the King's Ring. Starting from
Can I examine the damn tree? Thank you. Alright, alright. When you win.
Take the only path to the right and then a left, and you will see a giant door. This door requires the king's ring to open. In this next room, you will find a bonfire. And the final memory here, the memory of Lay. For the final memory, you'll need to head to Bright Cove, Fesselgora, and go to the chapel bonfire. From the chapel bonfire, drop down, jump across the chasm, and go to the little area on the right. Drop down all the way and run across the narrow planks that are surrounded by the spikes. Climb the ladder at the end and make your way down through the spider lair, making sure not to fall to your death, which is pretty easy in here. Once you're at the bottom, run through where you fought the Duke's Spear Freya, and you will see a dragon looking down on something. It looks like he's drooling on it, kinda. Really weird. But just go up to the little structure. It's like a dragon hand or paw or something. Use it, and you'll go to the last memory.
Have you beat the game yet?
What?
Did you beat the game?
No.
Oh shit. I'm dead. Bruh. Oh, thanks, KN12186. Thank you so much. Oh, you actually got on Kick and not Twitch?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Fucking follow me right now, dude.
I did.
Okay, thanks. You're my first follower.
I'm your first follower.
Congratulations.
Can't wait till you're big.
Oh, I get big every night. Why is it so damn hot in this place? Ooh, JC, follow JC. Dude, thank you. Alright. I am on your team, bro. What are you doing? What the hell? Oh, dude. All right. What? God. This game giving me a headache, man. The game, man. Dude. What? Man, can you hear me?
No, I muted it.
Oh, thank God.
Why?
That'd be hella annoying.
Yeah, you're already annoying.
True.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's true. It's okay. No, I am sometimes.
I know.
I annoy myself sometimes, dude. You ever annoy yourself?
What?
You ever annoy yourself?
Not really. I enjoy hanging out with
Damn, you must be cool as hell.
Must be. I wish I had a better hanger.
I thought about getting you on.
Dude, those are like Reese's, but it's a hard
Peen to swallow?
peanut. It's like a what is it called?
Brita filter?
No.
Bro, I'm getting nuked.
Brittle?
Dreidel?
No.
I don't know.
It's like that, like hard toffee. Like in a Heath bar. Those are also super good.
Never had one.
I'm a big fan. They're so good. Well, Butterfingers are like, they taste like toffee. It's like Butterfinger.
What?
Or what's it called? Reese's toffee. It's really good.
Oh my god, I'm alive still. I got you, bitch. That felt good. That felt good. Giant kinship. Wonder what that do. Quagmire. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about that? Oh shit.
Sometimes, like I said, it catch me unawares, and all of a sudden, oh, we're live. Oh yeah, we're live. We're live here, so hold on, folks. How are you guys doing, family? Welcome to the live stream. It's Friday Eve, or some may call Thursday, and I just wanted to welcome you guys all to the live stream. I got a wonderful guest today. I've got Short Season John. I've had him on. This will be his third time on the podcast, and yeah, I just wanted to say, guys, it's awesome. We're gonna maybe do a little bit. Obviously, we're gonna talk a little politics. We're maybe gonna talk a little bit about. We're gonna take some Q&A, and we're gonna kind of let the conversation flow. I need some help today, so I'm having Short Season John on here. Anyways, John, welcome to the show, brother.
Hey JT, good to see you again. Always fun to be back, and we have some awesome talks. So,
Let's go, bitch. I'm ready for you this time.
Bam!
Bam!
Pretty excited.
Always, brother.
That's
and like
right.
I said, we've
That's
kind
right.
of had a tradition lately.
Yeah.
We're going to start with prayer. And so again, if you guys want to bow your heads, you guys don't have to, especially if you're driving or we don't want you to be distracted. Whatever you're doing, if you need your eyes, use them, please. But I'm just going to give us a quick opening of prayer. So, Heavenly Father, Lord, we just come today before you humbly, Lord. We just ask for your presence to be with us, or we ask for seeds to be planted, we ask for seeds to be watered, and we pray for, Lord, that the words coming out of John and my mouth, Lord, they'll be something that you want us to speak, and Lord, that they'll have a purpose, whatever it may be. Lord, we just pray for a blessing upon this audience. We pray a blessing upon John and our families, and we just pray, Lord, that you're edified. And then those who don't know you today, Lord, by the end of this podcast, potentially, Lord, they could. We ask all these things in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Fire prayer.
So yeah, brother. So I
W
just wanted
prayer.
to have you on, just so we can rap a little bit about current politics, and I wanted to say real quickly that. So I had a little issue with the channel. We've been doing the health podcast with Josh from Modern Roots Life, Josh Truex. We've been doing the ancient roots of life and wellness, and I got my first, not quite strike, but I got a warning. I had a video taken down by YouTube, and that's the first one I've had removed. That's probably only the second one I've ever had removed
on this whole channel. Actually, no, I'll take that back. That's the third one. So unfortunately, there probably won't be any full ancient roots of life as far as the health and medical information, even though that's never what it was. And I don't even want to mention what it got taken down for. Let's just say I was very confused by it. So those things, the ancient roots of life and wellness, will definitely be on the audio only podcast. You'll also be able to get it on Patreon. So the video recordings, but we will still continue to put, like I said, it will still be a free show. It will be on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your audio podcast. But if you like the video, and this is not to say that Josh and I will not be still collaborating on podcasts that have biblical topics or things like that. The truth is, I don't know what you can say when it comes to medical issues or supplement issues, health issues. I have no idea where the line is. And so, honestly, to just be perfectly candid, I cannot take the risk of jeopardizing this channel when, like I said, the line is clear as mud as far as I'm concerned. So I don't even know. So, but if you guys do like the content, you do want to watch the Patreon, I've been putting more and more content on Patreon. In fact, today I just uploaded the latest episode of JT's Mixtape. Episode number 36 is available on Patreon. At this moment, it's early and it's uncensored, and believe it or not, believe it. This cut will not make it to YouTube because, of course, we talk about things that would also probably get videos taken down. So if that's enticing for you, if you guys want us to speak candidly, that's what Patreon's for. So if you want to support me in that way, that's a great way to do it, and also get you something in return. And also, again, got the shirts. If you guys want to support this podcast, get yourself a Jesus Said There'd Be Haters shirt. I'm sure you guys are looking at this nice new hat. These are not available for sale yet.
Oh, dude, I'm getting one of those.
So I was just telling John.
I'm gonna fucking wear that every day at work, and everyone's gonna be like, "What's
could
that?"
potentially be available. If you guys like it,
Fucking check it out. Yeah,
fitted black hat
I'm
with
so
the
gonna get that.
JT Files JC logo on it. I might turn this into maybe a Jesus Said There'd Be Haters with maybe like this on the back, something like that. But let me know. Let me know, guys. If you guys are interested in hats, it's not I rock, but you know, I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure all this stuff out. But I appreciate you guys' support, and I want to give a shout out to the members and patrons who obviously do support me. Members, I really do intend to do more for you guys soon. Hopefully, members only streams. But I am still in the transition.
What the fuck?
To this being my full-time gig. So
why is my caps lock not working?
I hope. Listen, I said obviously I'm stressed a little.
What the fuck?
So, but I do plan on, doing what I can for you guys. And with that out of the way, John, I want to ask you, how's it going, bro? And obviously, I want to give a shout out to Short Season John. He said he's been a little bit busy, but if you guys want to support his channel, obviously his link is in the description, so check him out. But what's going on, John?
JT, I mean, it's been a little bit, life is life comes at you fast sometimes, right? And gives it to you all at once. I remember I went through this season of, for the first time ever, getting laid off and not having a job after, working my whole life. And then all of a sudden I got, this startup company, and it's more than I could have ever have asked for. So it's interesting how sometimes those things shift like that. Yeah, I wish I had more free time, I guess. I'm envious that, you're still able to do all the stuff you can do and put out so much content. It's awesome. I just watched the episode with Vitaly on the Book of Enoch, and it's good stuff. It's great content. It's always thought provoking. So, congrats.
Well, appreciate it, brother. Yeah, obviously I do try to do what I can.
And you will see.
It's funny. I always bring back to my testimony before I was really doing endurance stuff, and I put way too much emphasis on it. I've often said that. And so I had a surgery, and it was kind of like, God, if you heal me, I know you would want me to kind of go return to do some of this stuff, and if you don't, I know that there's going to be another direction for me. And so this ended up being the other direction. Obviously, I had no idea at the time when I was praying to God. And so, yeah, I do rock Peter to pay call when I make all the content because like I said, because obviously I do have a day job, and that's why I'm not gonna do it eventually because, yeah, I like to do as much of this as I can, and I've been trying to be super consistent. So yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody who obviously has supported me through all this stuff and finds anything that I do to be interesting or edifying or thought provoking because that's obviously what it's intended for. But I also appreciate guys like John who are not doing this full time, who are still putting out stuff when they can because that's how I started, and I think that's how everybody starts. Probably a legitimate person out here.
Right. I think it's like, I think the thing that really did it for me, it is this whole short season thing. Like, I don't remember the last time something moved me like this, right? And coming to this, this revelation that, like, wow, maybe all the stuff that was in there is real. It's not a bunch of myths or stories. And maybe the myths that I have been taught, that I have been told about, maybe that's about real stuff. and I don't know. So I feel like anytime I've never wanted to start a channel for anything else or put out a content for anything else in my life other than this one thing, right? So hopefully I can, God willing, continue and put out some stuff. I think my favorite is the architecture stuff, though. I mean, it's I was just in Nashville. We were talking about it a little bit before we got on. And yes, I do think that hat would be awesome. By the way, just a quick soft plug there. But
cool.
We were walking around, and I said to my friend, I said, check out that brick building right there. And he looked and he said, what am I looking at here? And I explained, the brick ribbon that went around on the window pane. And of course it was right there at the street level. And we just had like a whole discussion about this whole wire windows that low onto the ground. And, it is, I think, like one of the easiest things for people to latch onto is all the architecture stuff that makes you kind of wonder, right? Like you go down the Tartaria rabbit hole and there's a lot of different stuff and it makes you wonder. But yeah, I think if anything, architecture style videos will probably be my thing.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up some stuff here, some historic buildings in Nashville, and yeah, it's of course it's like everywhere else. Of course, there's old world buildings in Nashville that don't really seem to fit, but such as all of it is. I mean, oh wow, there's a federal building. John, are you being able to see this stuff that I'm pulling up?
I think there might be a little bit of delay.
There's a little delay, but yeah, check out that one. It's like some old world post office or something.
Yes. It's there's also this other thing about this whole tunnels thing, right?
Oh gosh, like I said, that's my favorite topic.
And I've read, like where you see these people and they kind of talk about, hey, all of these things were for prohibition, basically. This was basically because people really wanted to drink, and so like the movie Shawshank Redemption, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not even, bro.
Going to dig tunnels everywhere.
They had cars that ran off alcohol. My man.
Why would you dig all those tunnels?
He's trying to say prohibition's all about people wanting to drink alcohol. It's not.
Everywhere else, like
Their cars ran on alcohol back then.
To do this, right? And like, where are all the big dirt mounds of you guys like digging out the tunnels? I mean, it's just so absurd when you really start to think about it a little bit, right? It just doesn't.
Where the hell am I?
Well, right. That's the thing that I've always say that the thing about I know that they always will bring up prohibition on the speakeasies and underground places where they could either move booze or they could drink it. But again, did they predict that booze would be legal one day and then make the tunnels first? Because obviously they would not have had time to make the tunnels during Prohibition to be able to use it to be able to still consume and to sell alcohol. And that's the thing. It's like they just say what the tunnels were used for. But yeah, I don't doubt that they were used for all kinds of things. But that doesn't explain why they're there, because very clearly if you were trying to do something hidden, you would not be able to dig the tunnels. And right, all the really popular, or not, the very prominent public buildings, even like if you go to a place like Richmond, Virginia, where my buddy Ricardo were recently, that all the state capitol building, this old post office, this other building, I'm not even exactly sure, this education building, whatever they are now, they all have tunnels to go between. So there's an infrastructure of tunnels under the city. And now how far does it go? How vast is it? I mean, it's anybody's guess, but who knows? Look at this picture right here, John. This is in Nashville.
Listen, you can.
Does that look like muddy? Does it look like dirty streets? And
we could slap that thing together in record time. Donkeys. Just.
But look, I mean, like you got again. This could be. Put it this way, if I pulled that picture up and I said, John, where is that? It could really almost be anywhere. But it would probably get a long time before I mentioned Nashville, if ever.
Right. I mean, this is. I guess, people. It's interesting, right? You can kind of tell people and develop their mind of what they should think something looks like, right? And I think number one, if you haven't done a lot of travel, well, you're kind of at an information disadvantage, right? You've just never seen these things before. But the internet opens up this view of you can see anything anywhere, right? There's even probably like a street view where you can like walk around and see really, really cool things. And I think that's when you can like piece it together, where you realize that like, no, that stuff is everywhere. It's not just in Europe. It's literally all over the world. I think there's a website, stolenhistory.net.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Right? And they just go over all the buildings, right, in all these countries that they're all identical. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one right there. This one is particularly funny. It's some kind of courthouse in Nashville, of course, Greco-Roman, and then you just have donkeys, wagons, horses. I don't, if there's a car there, I'm not exactly sure. It looks like if there's a car there, it's obviously just a one or two off. It's pretty much all wagons and carts.
See, and there is a part of me that wonders now, after looking into this for a while, are all those people really there?
Oh, you know what? That's interesting. You say that. I guess I can do whatever I want for this my show, but I actually just saw a TikTok where it was showing something like that, the photo manipulation. And I was gonna maybe save this for a JT's mixtape, but I could probably just do both. But yeah, continue on that thought, because that's a great question. That what we see there. Sometimes, if you really actually examine these pictures, besides the whited out skies, it looks like some of the stuff is painted on. It's not a real picture altogether.
100%. I want to say the channel's Mind Unveiled.
Bearer of the curse.
It was like a whole 2-hour episode on old school Photoshop and the classes that they used to have, and how people would sit there with specialized tools. They would take multiple negatives, cut out the things that they wanted, and then they would layer these on top of each other to develop one image. And so you could, those images where you have like 300 people that are everywhere, when you really, really, really zoom in, it's like this horrible yearbook photo thing that's been taken out, and all these heads are just kind of like mashed together in this like almost weird Sergeant Pepper and
oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right.
It's
just all the little heads, right? And that's kind of what these images look like when you zoom in on them of World's Fairs, people going to like different places. That's kind of like what it looks like.
Would you like to watch a video from TikTok about that?
Absolutely.
I thought this is just so happy you talk about this. This is a really interesting video right here.
Yeah, I know some people have seen this picture before, but this is one of the weirdest pictures I've ever seen. You like scroll in on these people, this picture almost looks like AI. It's so weird. None of these people look like they're together. They're all looking in different directions. They don't even necessarily look like they're all standing there. Like that lady does not look like she's like next to that guy. And what is he doing? They look so out of place. I have studied this picture. If anybody has like any kind of intuition or discernment at all, they know there was something up with this. This is not what a crowd photograph looks like. This is from 1893. Okay, so there's this guy. He's just like adjusting his suit. Everybody is doing different things. These two do not look like they're standing next to each other. They just don't. I don't know what it is about this picture. She's like overjoyed smiling at something. Like, this guy could care less. He's not even looking in that direction. Nobody's looking in the same direction.
Yeah, what do you think about that? I can't hear you. Let's see.
Oh, you got me now?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah. I think the delays might be a little bit longer.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you think about that? I mean, I would say that she's absolutely correct. That looks like Photoshop. I don't think anybody's in the, like. There's no way that those people are together actually.
No, I'm really skeptical of these. And anything that we take as like historical evidence through one of these photos. I mean, it's one thing when you have, the artist depictions, which I will say are pretty good. I'm not sure who actually drew all those, landscape, large things, but it's phenomenal. But when you get down to the pictures, it kind of makes me feel that it was almost like JT and John were going to go around and they were going to take pictures and just make sure that we had all the pictures of this stuff. And then after,
fate would not be bested, and men were cursed once again. If you proceed, the Shadra will come after you, knowing that you will take the throne and link the fire. She covets the first flame and the great soul. Put Nishandra to rest.
nobody wins. It's a lot harder to convince people they've been fooled than it is to fool people.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so some context, and I don't know if you guys could see based on just the picture from the video. It actually said the Columbia exhibition, which is people who talk about the old world in the funny business and Tataria and all the things that we talk about. That is the most famous world fair. Maybe not the most famous one, but that's the one that's often shown. That's the one in Chicago in 1893. The other one, the big one, is I think is it 1896 in St. Louis? Is that right, John?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the other really big one. But so what we're told, the narrative says, is there was millions of people went to these fairs, and so when you see the big pan back shots, it's really hard to tell. But yet, this is like that kind of picture to me is that if you glanced at it, it's good enough to fool somebody. It's kind of like this that the NASA tomfoolery is good enough to fool somebody who wants to be fooled or who doesn't think that someone's trying to fool them. But upon closer inspection, like the NASA stuff is ridiculous because you can once you start to see the trick, you can see it, and so that's the thing. What she said was absolutely correct. Is that that's not how crowds react to each other, because there would definitely be people looking at each other, and when you see the close quarters involved in these people being like their faces almost touching, guys have been to a concert, you guys have been to a parade, you guys have been to whatever, some kind of large public gathering. And when you guys
God
like,
damn it.
shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, and almost face to face, people are going to be looking at the same thing, or they're going to be looking at each other, and they're going to be reacting to each other. But literally, if you go look at that picture, and maybe I can pull up a still of it, it looks like everybody in that picture is looking at something different. It's just not realistic at all that that's the way it would be. I mean, there's just no way. It's like that everybody is either their eyes are going in different directions,
right?
And nobody is reacting to each other whatsoever. This guy in the middle over here, if you guys can see, he doesn't even look like he has any eyes.
Yeah, this is all just like a massive copy paste.
Yeah, it's kind of like when they do the globe, right, and they copy and paste the clouds.
And you have the same cloud formations 12 years apart. How's that possible?
Well, not only that, but you can see when they talk about the even the guys who literally admit to be NASA Photoshop people, they mention, oh well, yeah, it's Photoshop because it has to be, but they mention how they cut and paste the clouds, and so then when you actually look, you're like, oh yeah, that cloud is the same cloud that I see in more than one place.
Right. Yeah, I think I actually saw something about postcards, and like one of the famous postcard companies, they had the same sky background that they would insert into all the postcards, and it was maybe like 4 or 5 different sky backgrounds that they would insert into all of their postcards. But this thing of like, you know, inserting stuff into photos, I mean, like, as you look at all those people with all their hats on.
Look at this guy's mouth.
Summon someone to fight me? What the fuck?
The arrows at?
Yeah. It's ridiculous, and it's kind of crazy to think that somebody really took enough time to do this. You know, and then I guess you get to the question of like, why would somebody fake all those people actually being there? Well, you'd have to come up with some story for why this place was there. And one of the things, you know, I didn't know, this was a new one for me, JT, was what do you think is like the tallest monument that's left over from one of these temporary fairs?
I would say that it's the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower is part of a World's Fair.
Yeah.
Like, did they just go have that in a you know, like a Lego set, steel girders, and no, not at all. This would take time for you to be able to form, you know those steel pieces, and for them to all be able to support each other. And then if you go to, I think it's the 1894 California Midwinter Fair, they have a mini Eiffel Tower that they made for that event.
Yeah, it seems like that the Eiffel Tower. It was actually funny. My buddy Rich was just sending me a video about the Eiffel Tower, and yeah, I mean, it makes sense kind of in the old world research that if there was some kind of way to manipulate the ether through electromagnetism, and this was some kind of massive antenna. I mean, you don't have to really try too hard to convince me that could be an antenna, because it just looks like it is, because it doesn't really seem very practical.
Almost like a Tesla tower, right? Or like right?
Yeah.
When you think of, like, when people talk about Tesla, a part of me wonders, is this just, you know, and it's not that I don't think that like there's genius people out there. I do. But then there's this thing that makes me think maybe you were trying to reverse engineer old world stuff, because that to me could be like a perfect Tesla coiled tower where you can transmit whatever it is that you want to transmit, right? Power, radio, anything. But to just think that you made that massive thing for a fair, the planning and the time that it would take for all the steel places to be able to provide you all that steel.
Yeah, seems like a big undertaking to me.
Yeah.
There's your parents over there, right there. It's pretty ridiculous. I guess it's the thing, like in a city like Paris, it's an old city, old Roman city. They probably wouldn't have to demolish as much stuff. But Chicago, the timeline makes no sense. That's why most everything kind of had to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, Chicago had no people in it basically in the 1840s, and so by the 1890s, you have this World Fair with millions of people showing up just to vacation there. But in Paris, yeah, I mean, nobody believes that old world stuff because it's full of it.
Yeah, I think in Europe, you know, I think there the story is pretty well solidified. It kind of falls apart when you go to newer places. You kind of wonder, why is there 84 cathedrals in India?
Yeah.
Right. There's a couple places where it does kind of fall apart when you start.
Oh God. What the fuck?
Dang it! Oh, I barely lost.
I'm at the final boss
I
fight.
have a razor again. What?
I'm at the final boss fight right now.
Ooh.
Just remember, don't give up, dude. Just remember.
Yeah, I can get her, but like, she's just so quick. My thumb's tired.
You who link the fire. You who bear the curse. Once the fire is linked, souls will flourish anew, and all of this will play out again. It is your choice to embrace or renounce this. Great Sovereign, take your throne.
Oh, the game's over.
Ah, dang.
I beat the game.
Hurry up.
What lies ahead, only you can see.
Oh my gosh.
I beat the game. I beat it.
Do you
I
want to
beat the
play
game.
mine?
I beat it.
Good for you.
the
No
game.
more yelling.
Yep. No, I'm gonna play League and yell definitely more.
Oh man. Gotta erase her.
The bit ain't got nothing on me. Look at that dude's ass crack.
What?
Look at this man's ass crack.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Jenny? This bitch. This bitch.
You might win.
Oh, I can. And I will. Oh!
Good job.
I was so close, dude.
Thank you.
Is it cool if I itch my balls on stream? Am I gonna get banned?
What?
Nothing.
What did you
I
say?
just itched my balls on stream. Am I gonna get banned?
Is anyone watching?
No, of course not.
Okay.
The highest chance of there being anyone watching is right when the stream turns on. Because then they get the notification, they're like, alright, yeah. Would you like some stale chips?
No. You got chips and salsa though.
I'm sorry, you said you want me to do something?
I said you got chips and salsa though. You don't have to be eating stale groceries.
You know, some of them are stale. Not all of them.
That's good.
Wow. I like the story and atmosphere of the second game the best.
Because
I'm
a
talking
lot
to
of these
myself.
places, that's one of the first things they have to add back in there is running water and bathrooms.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing that makes sense to me now is that, of course, I've talked about this, and I'm not necessarily promoting the guy who made this documentary, but the lost history of Flat Earth. The very beginning of it kind of gets into the very striking, very eerie pictures of these massive cities in Europe, where they have these incredible buildings, muddy streets, and they look completely abandoned. So it's like obviously some of those pictures were not manipulated, and it was like in that documentary what he was trying to say was that when a photographer takes a picture like this, there is intent behind it. It's not just some random picture. It's likely that this person was trying to show this huge city, and they're trying to show the striking issue that there was no people. But of course, to the narrative, people always say, like, what does that even mean? Like, how can you justify a massive city like this where there's no people at? You can't. So therefore, eventually, people are introduced into the pictures to act like there was this unbroken chain of events in life that led to giant cities, and then
Bro,
us.
I'm not kidding you, Kay.
Because they don't want to discuss it.
I have
It
never
does
seen so
seem
many
to be
repeating numbers
that
today
there
in
was
my
a
life.
reset at some
Yeah.
point in our recent
Unbelievable.
past, and that's not in the history. That's not talked
Unreal,
about, and therefore
dude.
it cannot be talked about. So, therefore, the tomfoolery, the trickery, the photo manipulation.
Yeah, it's there's clearly something that happened. I don't have an answer for all the mud. I know that there's the whole idea of massive earthquakes and soil liquefaction. There is one verse that I've often wondered about where the dragon casts the blood out of his mouth in Revelation.
Yeah, Revelation 12.
And then the earth, basically helps and swallows up all of this water, which a bunch of water on the ground would make mud. And I know that that doesn't necessarily match with the time frame of his release. Or maybe it does. I'm not sure. But it's the only thing that I can think of. God destroyed the earth once with water. Maybe Satan, in his desire to be like the Most High, would want to be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, one running theory that I know that Paul talked about, we talked about the last time that him and I got together on his stream, was that in the historical record, the very first volcanic eruption ever spoken about was Mount Vesuvius in Pompeii. And so what if the sediment, what if the things that partially buried buildings and fully buried cities, what if it was volcanic
Are you gonna
activity?
play naked?
Oh, just volcanic ash.
Yeah, what if it was ash?
I know. First Dark Souls I can try to beat.
Whatever they consider a volcano today.
Then I got the
they
third,
were all going
the
on
fourth,
At the same time.
at a certain
and
point.
fifth.
And what I mean, the way I see it, I mean, and I'm not
So I beat
sold on
3
this
Dark Souls
idea
games,
fully,
but I got like
but
5 more.
when we watched the Gunnar Heinsohn presentation, and
I'm
it
so
was just showing
excited
that
for
Rome was
tomorrow.
buried. And then so you have Greco-Roman things that are in America that are partially buried.
True.
So I thought,
Buying 2
well,
packs, yo.
this seems like this had
What
to
do
be
you want to
when
eat?
Armageddon happened. This had to be when like the bowls of wrath were being poured
Cheese,
out.
spaghetti.
You know, the topography, the
We do
geography
have a
was
lot of ground
dramatically
beef.
changed.
I had to
And so
figure out how to use.
what-
We can make like
If that was closer to
nacho
now than we had
walking
realized,
tacos again,
then what it seems like to
or
me, the
grilled
phony
cheese,
pictures from
but
the
we would
1800s
have to get cheese.
and the phony history from the
Oh,
1800s.
I'm not gonna
what it
probably
seems
not gonna have
to
time
be
to bring
leading
cheese
me
to you
toward
before I
the
get here.
conclusion is that
Because
these cities were
I'm alone by
abandoned and
myself
they
on
were
Friday
found.
for like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, so you
And
would
so
just have to wait
That's why they were
till
all looking like they're in
for a
disrepair.
little after you get home.
And do you-
I can
Because
make
these were once
spaghetti. I do
great
have all that
cities
stuff.
during the
Spaghetti
time.
sounds good.
And then
I don't need
there was
meatballs.
this
Do you?
event.
I don't have
and maybe
meatballs,
people had to go
but I have a
underground,
lot
maybe
of
people
ground beef,
rebuilt in
so
a
I'm
different
gonna
kind of
make
way,
like
and
a
then
beef
That's
they
fine.
dug this stuff out later.
one,
And
so it's like
maybe some
more
of these
protein
pictures
than
are
one
older than we
protein.
think they are. I mean, we're told
Mhm.
that
That
the
sounds
camera
good.
was
Yep.
invented in
That sounds
1812
really
good.
or something like that. What if the
Cheese.
pictures
I
are way
know.
older than that?
Oh yeah,
Tell us
Parmesan
if
I
you
do
need.
need.
Just
Right.
like,
I
just
can
like
make
the
some
Belgians.
garlic
You get
toast.
sharp cheddar?
Maybe a
I
lot of
have,
this
like,
technology has been
sourdough
around for a
bread.
lot longer. Maybe.
I'll bring
maybe
sausage
even,
too, so we can
cell
make
phones. Who knows, right?
burritos.
I mean,
Oh,
If
you
they're lying,
should bring
if they're
home
lying about the
tortillas,
buildings,
too.
it's not
Okay.
really much of a lie to say that the camera was invented.
I'll call you tomorrow before I come home.
That would be
Oh,
obviously the
my
smallest lie
Yeah.
of all the lies they told.
right. So let me ask you this: have you ever thought that there's a slow roll of old technology that's just coming back? You know, like in the beginning, you had like this insane velocity of things that were being created and patents created. Some people going, you know, well above and beyond what everybody else was doing in terms of the number of patents. So I've had this theory of the massive
That was the
patent
coolest
that people were
Halloween.
just creating.
Been cool with Dark Souls so far.
And as we move forward,
What?
is this just an older release or re-release of something that was already here that maybe somebody found?
I
and
enjoyed
just
this
said, "Hey,
game the
we can
most
use
so
this
far.
or something? You know, do you?
I
Yeah.
just hated it the
Yeah,
first
I
5
think
hours.
I think that's my best guess about everything is that
She's gone.
that
Oh,
things
there
were
she
more
is.
advanced. sometime after the return of Jesus,
Bearer of
after
the curse
even maybe
until
maybe
hope
even
is
before the
fully
return of Jesus, is that Romans were way more advanced than we're ever taught that they were, and somebody was kind of reverse engineering things afterwards. It could have been something they were holding certain things back, but that actually makes more sense to me. Is that if men could do things, they would. So maybe there was such an advancement. Was like what if they found a treasure trove of how to do things, and that's why things just happened, just continue to pour out, and things were made obsolete almost immediately because they just information overload. It's funny because even like in the modern culture, the pop culture, we often talk about how like an alien ship crashes, right? There's some spaceship crashes, and then the government keeps it secret. Meanwhile, their scientists are taking it apart and they're reverse engineering it. That's a story in countless movies, including movies like Transformers, right? They find Megatron, they store him under the Hoover Dam, and they reverse engineer the technology that this massive Megatron, this angelic being from another planet who had fallen here, and then they finally released all this other technology that, yeah, it wasn't them who invented it. It's they learned how to do something that they found.
Right. Yeah. I've been thinking to myself, there's they have the whole cymatic plates, and you can play a frequency, and sand will automatically, arrange itself into a certain structure. And, the guys that are always walking around with the little bag, and they seem to have a pine cone with them.
Oh yeah, very bizarre. That's everywhere.
Right? They have the wings and all this other stuff. And I thought to myself, there were like these Scottish bells, and these Scottish bells look like a bag that you could carry. And
are you talking about like bagpipes?
No, like a regular bell, like a little like a brass bell that you could just hit. But these Scottish bells kind of look like that bag that they're carrying in Mesopotamia, and they have this pine cone. And I'm wondering, Tesla talked about, to understand the universe, you'd have to think in sound, frequency, and vibration. And I wonder if
okay. Let me see.
Right, this special pine cone that you smash against the thing, and you're able to like manipulate matter. I don't know, but
is this what you're talking about right here? These bells that do resemble. What if you didn't know what you were looking at? It kind of almost does look like a bag. When you see it, it does look like.
That's exactly it. Those bells right there. So from the side, that could totally be what the Mesopotamian demigod is has in his hand.
Let me see if I can pull up one of those, just so I can tell the people what to look at.
And that cymatic plate, like you can tune to a certain frequency, and the bottom of a pine cone.
Bruh, what I gotta do?
Out onto that cymatic. So it's interesting to me, I wonder if some of those other things, that we see in images, these depictions, there's a reason they have them with that bag and with that other thing there, right? Like there's something that happens with those two things.
Yeah, it's that does look more like a bag than a bell, but I do kind of see what you're saying. I guess if it was a bell, it's not something I could. It's not too much of a reach, because those things did kind of look like, the Scottish bells actually do look more like bags.
Like bags. From one, in this one dimension, right, view, it looks like a bag there. And he's definitely holding the pine cone. I mean, he also has the head of a bird. Like, we're not going to talk about that, like he has wings and the head of a bird, but the hand of a man.
Yeah, I think that to me, when I see some of this stuff, obviously this is something that is usually kind of wrapped into like the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki look very similar than that. So typically they have kind of, yeah, that look right there with the long beard. Gives me vibes of Babylon, ancient Sumar, and this would be, yeah, because this is kind of like what you'd see like if they depict Nebuchadnezzar,
Yeah.
in a
Or
old.
like Marduk, right?
Yeah, Marduk.
Right,
Marduk is the Babylonian name for Zeus. Yeah, that's I mean, it's definitely unusual. Sometimes when I think about the bird heads, I think that angels
some salsa?
are often represented
chips?
with
I'm down.
stars.
Before I get
I
into a
think
game?
that the heads of these things, just like it mentions in Ezekiel 1 and Ezekiel 10, this
Let Ludi have to go
I think
potty.
it's symbolic of the constellations, the zodiac. That you have like an eagle head from like the eagle constellation, which I think is the Egyptian version of Scorpio. That's why they're often depicted as bulls. Obviously, then you have, was it the bulls? The men would be Aquarius, the water bearer, and then you have what was the other one? Eagle. Bull. I'm drawing a blank. What's the other one that I mentioned have a certain kind of head? Lion.
Lion, yeah.
Yeah, lion head would be Leo. Leo the lion.
Ah, so it's just they're like this is like their earthly personification of them being that specific star.
Yeah, possibly. Well, I've been talking. I know every time I bring this up, people probably are rolling their eyes now. But I've been reading this Silmarillion in the Tolkien mythos, and it talks about how their god Eru-Ilúvatar made lesser gods, and they sang everything into creation. And then eventually some of these lesser gods, not all of them, but a lot of them did enter the creation, and then they decided what they wanted to look like while they were in there. And when they entered the creation, they were the creation was formless. And then they were actually supposed to work toward creating the things that they sang into existence. It was really interesting. I thought, like, dang, I was like, I wonder if it kind of makes sense because you get a little bit of truth, I think, in these false religions where they have a pantheon of gods who have certain duties.
Sure.
And so it's kind of almost like it's almost like they created the world, but they did, and they know they did. But their God, their creator, used them to carry out the thing. But everything was sang into existence, and they helped in the song.
Right.
But they were never the creator. And in the Tolkien mythos, there was children of Ilúvatar, and because he was the only one who was able to give things life, and so he created the elves first, and then he created the men. And I was like, dang, I wonder if that has something to do with it, but he was saying the lesser gods, they were able to take whatever form they wanted to. They could take a male form, they could take a woman's form, they could even take the form of an animal if they wanted to. And I was like, yeah, that's an interesting concept, because I think that in our minds that there's, and I realized this a couple years ago, that I feel like the church dogma says is that you have God in heaven, and then there's just angels. But angels is kind of a generic term. But the Bible mentions there's a heavenly host, and then it talks about sons of God.
Right.
We really have no idea. Then there's obviously heavenly creatures. Like, we have no idea the depth and the amount of different God-like creatures that he created that are above us, like physically in all kinds of ways. Not in like the fact that God loved them more, or that after the resurrection they're better than us. But they're clearly beings that are superior to us in multiple ways. And are they all just angels? No, they're not. We have no idea. Like, we really have no idea. And I think that there's a reason why we have no idea, because there's an allure to God's creations that are not us, that people have a tendency to worship those beings.
Well, it's like it's clear that the from the Old Testament, people really liked worshiping things, even when God was right there and Moses was going to go talk with him. They decided that they were going to make a cow to worship, a golden calf. It's odd that there's a saying "holy cow," but I think that's what that means, right? But But I'm sure if you were one of the watchers and you said I'm gonna
Here's the rest of the
I'm gonna go
Matias salsa.
make people worship me,
Do you want a water?
you would probably want something that they could associate
good.
with you. And so it's interesting, like in the Ethiopian, church, they have like, I don't know, 88 books, I think it is. And they have these 11 churches in Ethiopia that are rock carved churches, and they're all connected to each other via tunnels. And they say that they did not build them, that the angels built these things. And I find it interesting, like all these places that they're incredible, like the Khaleesi temple, right? Like that rock cut temple that's there, unbelievable. But I don't know if man really made that. Could that have just been one of these fallen ones who decided, I'm gonna make this massive edifice, this thing that like extends far beyond me and showing up, and this will be the thing, this will be my altar where people will like worship me. And I looked at a lot of those old world, and I'm not talking like, Millennium Kingdom, no, like all the stuff that they just decided we're just gonna carve this out of a mountain, make it perfect, first time trying. It makes me wonder about these stories and these myths about these people.
Well, you go play with your brother.
That like appear out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that
Do you
on
take chips
JD's
over there?
Mixtape and on this channel many times.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Indian temples are incredible. The amount
I
of
did get
detail,
another new bag
even
too, if you
using
need it.
quartz and stone that's unusual to you, and like the Roman stuff that's also incredible. It's really hard to understand. And the one thing that you just mentioned is something that's really been on my heart, and it's stuff that me and Josh Truex have been talking about a lot. Is that it's the idea that, and I'll give credit to Callie for saying this. He was saying that a lot of things in the Bible are descriptive; they're not prescriptive, meaning that the Bible just writes down what happened. It's definitely not saying this was God's intention. So do not get it twisted. Just because men in the Bible did this, even what we would consider godly men, just because they did something, doesn't mean it was condoned by God, or it was blessed by God to do this. And so I've been noticing that over and over again. A real big thing that I said, of course, I said it come from the most curious places that I was noticing this is because I went on Dr. Longo.
Go play with brother.
World
Go
Florida's
play with your
channel,
brother.
and I was
Go
in
play
Florida,
with your
and I
brother.
did an interview
It
with him.
looks extremely ominous
He's
outside.
a vegan.
I think it's
He's
about to
an
storm
evangelist vegan.
pretty
Yeah,
bad.
He was
it's
trying,
supposed
he was
to
trying to
rain
convert
all
me, and what he was talking about was that it was never God's intention for men to eat meat, and and I was trying to be open to it, even though I still eat meat. Full disclosure, is that he was saying that when Noah, after the ark came to rest, that he sacrificed an animal, and you can see in the text that God's upset that he did that. And he was saying that man's heart's evil right after that happened. He was saying that now there's going to be some blood debt that needs to be repaid. And he was saying that animals are now going to be afraid of men.
Yes.
And I was like, that is a really interesting thing. Because I said, I did kind of, as soon as he said that, I kind of already knew what he was saying was true, because I remember all the instances in the Bible where God was not wanting the Israelites to sacrifice to him. He gave them the Passover, but he did not want all the other
That
sacrifices.
salsa tastes weird.
And I used to think that in
Really?
the Bible,
Is it too old?
because I just read through
Okay, I can
Second
go get you
Chronicles,
a
I
real
read
one.
through all
Hang on.
Kings and Chronicles this year through. And of course I was really picking up on it, is that
What is that? Just
a lot
high
of
protein?
reasons why God was saying,
Chicken?
well, this king did
That looks
what's right in the
nasty.
eyes of God.
I
But
know,
he
it
didn't do
smells
all of
nasty. It
because he
smells
still
like
left the high
That sounds like a fucking
in my
scam,
mind, I
dude.
used to always think that the Israelites
Like dog
were
food.
sacrificing
You know
to
dog
false
food's a
gods on
scam.
the high places. But if you actually see, they were sacrificing to the Lord on the high places. But God never wanted them to do that. So it was like God gave very specific instances. And I think, again,
the only
the
two
Passover lamb
ingredients
was
are
supposed
real
to be
chicken and
Jesus.
ghee.
And there was only going to be one of them a year.
G-H-E-E.
There's actually a shit on your nose.
I'm not saying necessarily that God only wanted to eat meat once a year, but I was like, that's really interesting.
Why did they
You
put the
really
word
start to
real
notice
in front of chicken?
What?
Why did they put the word real in front of
many
chicken?
things that God never intended them to do. And I think that's a really key to understanding the Bible. And this is a new thing for me because I did used to think that the law from Moses came directly from God, but actually you can see hints of it that it was never.
Major was licking
whole
it
law was not from
slowly, and she just like
the
grabbed
law that came from God was the Ten Commandments. But after that, it mentions that the law that was given to them was a stumbling block, and it was not necessarily what God ever wanted. But like what you were saying is that
Cenotop? Come on, man.
that it made more sense to me when I realized that they did build.
I'm dodging. I'm not fucking playing Cenotop on my team. In bronze, bro.
That's how they represented him. Because they
No fucking
wanted
way.
to worship their God like all the other nations worship their God.
Worship their gods.
That's why they built a temple one day too. And even when you think, you can read it plain in the text. When David says he wants to build a temple for God, God asks him tells him through Nathan the prophet, when did I ever ask for a temple? When did I ever ask for a building made by human hands? I've never lived in one before. Did I ever ask for that? But Nathan the prophet says, I'm going to do it anyways because I know that your heart was in the right place when you wanted that for me. But in the same way that God never wanted them to have a king, he never wanted them to have a temple, they did it, and God said, fine, because I know that you guys are still confused about this, and I'm going to let you guys do it. But it always ended up going bad because that's never what God's original intention or plan was.
Yeah, it's almost like we're pre-programmed to want to be able to have something that we can physically see, that we can, make a ritual around or some sort of tradition around it, right? I mean, it's like we would rather come up with some story or have any story about some physical thing than just have it be there, right? It's interesting how humans, it seems like all throughout time, have just done this thing of wanting to worship something, whether they knew what the right God was that they should be worshiping. It just seems like it's this thing where like we want to do that. I don't know.
No, yeah, I agree with you what you're saying. I think it's because we are very imperfect beings at this point, and it's very hard for us to think past the flesh. So the reason why the Israelites wanted to do these things is because that's what they saw. So if this is how you worship a God, then therefore we're going to worship our God this way too, because it seems pretty awesome. You throw these great parties, and you do all the things. You eat meat, you get drunk, and and a lot of times it ends with lots of fertility things.
Sure.
That's the way they wanted to worship their God. But in actuality, it's like God wants you to lead you with your heart. He wants to speak directly to you, and he wants to lead you through your conscience and through the Holy Spirit directing you. And that's more difficult.
There's the new one.
To
It's
do
hot.
it like that.
That's
It's
the,
really it's
status
really hard to say.
of the salsa.
This is what I know.
Hot.
But God's trying to teach you a better
Bro,
way, in the way
fuck
that
off.
He wants it to be done. And
You little
you
butthole.
kind of have to quiet down all the outside influences in order to let God do that for you. But no, I think I really do feel like that the physical world makes it harder for us to hear God. But it's not because He's not speaking to us, but it's because we are distracted. And yeah, that's the devil's greatest tool, is the fact that he kind of runs this physical place, and so he gets you to desire the physical things, and he tries to subtly manipulate you in ways that you don't even know it's happening.
Yeah, it's interesting. You and I were talking before, and I said, the father of lies is also
Bro, she's not even wearing a bra.
Yeah.
And
Her nips
how,
are fucking puffing out of her shit,
anytime
bro.
that I wanted to make some
She's a
some
porn star.
content, right?
She looks like a fucking
Some stuff
12-year-old.
about God.
That's gross.
The short season.
I don't like that.
There would be all these things that would come up that would distract me, right? Out of nowhere. I mean, it was like a constant thing that would
She
happen.
has nose
And then
so behind her
I
eyes.
guess like if you zoom out a little bit, it's almost like you start to see that the father of distraction has his claws in everywhere, and you would be hard pressed to be able to go a day without constantly being distracted by something. And it's usually this mobile device that we're all walking around with that we can't get away from it, right? But somebody saw that this was going to be the new way of getting you constantly hooked and your attention constantly being given over to things that you don't pay for, but you are the product of them, right? You don't pay for Facebook, you don't pay for Instagram, but you are the product.
Yeah.
For that entire thing.
For sure.
And in the economy, the currency is how much time can they get you to be distracted from not being able to do important things like, I don't know, is God real, right? Maybe I should read the Bible, right? And maybe I can just get hooked into this constant dopamine cycle of like scrolling through videos and feeling good. And, you know, people wonder why like their lives are so, you know, not that it's meaningless, but like people are very, very easily manipulated where they don't realize how easily, you know, we talked about the theater of life, and it seems like these are the tools that help out the overall theater. Like if you didn't have these tools to be able to shape and mold the conversation, I wouldn't be able to get you upset. I wouldn't be able to garner an emotion out of it, right? But it seems like that's how the whole world is really structured, is for them to be able to get a response or create the situation that gets a response where they get to do something else. And the more you disconnect from it and you don't care about it, I'm not saying politics isn't important. Obviously, it's going to affect my life in some way. But I feel like it's almost reality TV in some sort, where it's just going to get you upset. And I see it as another like order of chaos, right? Order out of chaos.
Yeah.
That's right. You know, we create the order we want by putting this chaos out there, right? And so I mean, I don't know if we're ready to shift gears to go.
Yeah.
To the
Well, if you want to talk about this, because obviously I was thinking this was a good segue to talk about that the war in the Middle East, which I guess is supposed to be done now. We should never worry about it. And all of us who said that, hey, this is kind of scary, this could lead us into World War III, and we all don't want that, right? And so a lot of people who, like me, who were trying to say, hey, everyone chill out, this seems a little bit hasty to get involved in another boondoggle in the Middle East. And now people are saying, oh, well, that's fine. Don't worry. It's all done. Trump won. Trump owned Iran, and now we're good. And there's a new golden age of peace coming. But for me, I'm like, is this really done? I mean, what is this? Is this something? Is this another massive distraction? Is this more Masonic theater? Is this something to distract us, or is there something more? What say you, John?
Yeah. So, look, there was a point in time that I was a very political person. I really was. You know, I served in the military. I was in the National Guard for 12 years. I was deployed to Iraq and to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and I was really, really all about politics. And then I kind of like had this shift where I think it was Iraq that kind of like opened my eyes that like the military-industrial complex is by far more powerful than any of the people that you see on TV who claim to be the ones who can do things. Like that money and that machine will put car dealerships in the middle of a war zone. They will build Starbucks and Green Beans and Cinnabons and anything you could think of. When you would think of a war zone, Iraq and Afghanistan, that's not what you would think. And there's probably more contractors that were there than there were U.S. service people. So sometimes direct experience gives you this purview where you're like, you know what, I don't know if I believe all these things. And part of me thinks this is maybe just another military-industrial complex grab where they're just going to be able to make
She does
a bunch
pretty
of
good
money
when
off
we
of some
eat.
conflict, even though bad
Yeah.
things happen to people. But it could
getting
also just
better.
be these are the characters that are on the stage. These are the people that are the elected leaders, right? Like the folks who are going to run the show. And in some way, it does feel like I'm watching a reality TV show of presidents.
Yeah.
And it might sound really horrible, and I'm not trying to be like. I have feelings for the people who are there who are being hurt by all of these things, but the people who are in power don't care about that. It doesn't mean that the situation isn't any less, bad, but
Oh shit! It's about
it very
here.
much feels to me like it's scripted.
What?
It's almost here.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Oh man.
I think
That's
for a lot
bad.
of it,
Maringo's
it's
gonna get hit bad.
for my generation.
What is that?
Being early
Like a
20s
tornado?
when
No,
9/11
just
happened,
very
and
severe
all
thunderstorm.
the rush to war in Afghanistan and then Iraq. Even I remember being, I guess I was in middle school when the first Desert Storm happened. And I remember being like very traumatized, the idea that we're going to war because, like, of course, I remember my dad always watching like World War II movies and hearing about Vietnam and
I
stuff.
have
and
never
was like,
seen
oh, man,
weather
this sounds really bad.
like operate
And then
like this in my
Desert
life.
Storm was over, just
Like go up.
damn, it's like so fast.
What?
I've
And
never
so
seen like
when
storms
they
go
wanted us to
straight
go to
up
war
the United States.
because Iraq had
Ever.
weapons of mass destruction.
It
in
always
2003,
goes
I
east
thought, or 2005,
or west to
I guess,
east.
Yeah, 2003.
2003.
Yeah.
2003.
They
And
can
so I
control
was just
the
like, well, it'll
the
be
Gulf
over
Streams
quick.
though.
It took
They have
them
these
time
massive
to
machine
take
fans
care
on
of
top of
the Iraqis last
Navy
time, so
carriers.
this will be real-
They
this
can
will be over
control
before
the
it began.
streams.
And
Literally,
then
they
realizing,
can steer
no,
where
it's
storms
not
go.
like that. And it does
Can I
feel
have
a
a
lot
drink?
like that, where that once they get started, there'll be no rush to get it over with. I mean, I'm hoping, I guess to me the way it seems like is that after 2020 and all the funny business that went on with that election and all the stuff leading up to that, I said, I'm
That's
done.
good.
I'm never voting again. And this is before I
Yeah.
kind of woke up
Lime-
spiritually, but I kind of woke up like
Limeade's
I
fire.
kind of blackpilled then, and I said, there's no point to any of this. I'm never doing this again. And I haven't since. And like I said, I still reserve the right if I ever feel like led to do it again, but I have not. So I did not vote for Trump in this last election. It kind of reminds me of being a Redskins fan. There was a time where I was so invested in this pro sports team that really I could do nothing about whether they won. Of course, if I went to the game, I guess I could yell louder and maybe that might help.
She followed me and then unfollowed me
Ultimately,
because I
felt
told her I wasn't
so
gonna buy any of her
just
shit.
wrecked, like emotionally, when they lost. And they
They're-
often lost because they were not
This
very good. That kind of reminds me of like that was kind of the same journey I went with politics. That what can I really do about it? I mean, I
to
guess
sell me something.
now I actually do have God has given me a platform to potentially, I don't know how much, to sway public opinion in some kind of way. That's more than I ever had before. But yeah, I mean, when you put all your investment and your emotional hope into this man to fix things, I mean, just look at it. I mean, I don't care whether you guys voted for Trump. I'm not throwing shade at you, but you have to be honest with yourself. I can see it when you say, oh, well, he was going to be better than Kamala. Fine.
I
No
can't
argument.
update my stream.
At the same time,
fuck, dude?
this does remind me of when I voted for George W. One of the very first elections I
Annoying.
could vote in.
Annoying.
Is that he won, and he was Christian.
Oh shit! I don't like
All
that.
this stuff. He was going to be so much better than Bill Clinton, and then he made the
Fuck.
government bigger. Got us involved in 2 wars. He was a liar. He's not really a Christian. He's a fake Christian, and after that, I was just like, yeah, this is a scam. And then you have this guy, Obama, come in, who claims to be a dove. He's going to get us out of all these wars. Well, he does. He gets us out of Iraq. And then he starts other wars in the Middle East. And I was like, we've been played. It is. It's 2 wings of the same bird. So when you have Trump coming in there talking about putting America first, then he's clearly, yeah. So I made the thumbnail of him being played like a marionette. That he was even out there defending Bibi Netanyahu against, I guess, his corruption charges today on Twitter, or that was last night. I'm like, this is embarrassing. It's like he's supposed to be this big alpha guy, but you can very clearly tell that he comes out there being very upset when Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire. More upsetting with Israel, I think, because he looked like an idiot. Because he's supposed to be the one who's kind of in charge, but when his own ally, our best ally, our greatest ally in the Middle East, just did whatever they wanted to, despite what he said, he looked like a moron. And then he comes out and defends that guy like the same day. It's so embarrassing, so pathetic.
Yeah, I like you, I was very invested in things, and especially politics. But I guess the biggest thing that did it for me was realizing that there are groups of people who hold very high political positions who all happen to enjoy the same fraternity. Now, it seems, and I do remember, when I came across the understanding of like a lot of people who are in business who have done really, really well, they are also part of that same fraternity of Freemasonry. And on the political side, right, red or blue, there's a lot of folks that are in that same fraternity. And so I've often thought, like, if you wanted to be able to control people, probably the best way of doing that is for you to have representatives on both sides. And you can just play that card back and forth all day long. And the masses are none the wiser, right? They don't really understand.
Oh, fuck me.
And I guess, like, when I think about the whole short season thing, I often think to myself, like, if this is really the way it is, and, the devil was loosed and he was free for a real long season of deception, how would he even make a
You can have the rest
determination
of
of who was going to be in charge and who was going
I
to carry
was
it?
just about to ask you.
Well, maybe during that 1,000 years,
I heard you
real
ask.
secret societies,
What?
they really
I heard
were
you.
secret because you
That's
Mentally.
crazy.
outside of Christ. And
That's insane.
you can go on to Google and type in Duncan's ritual and monitor, and it'll show you everything about every single degree that these people go through, from the first degree all the way up to the 32nd degree. So it's not a secret, right? Like, it's all there. And maybe these people were the ones who were venerating him while he was locked up. And these were the ones who were given over the keys to everything. Because I find it interesting, inside of a Freemason lodge, when they're going to do any of their ritual, the main guy, he is wearing a top hat. And this is symbolic of King Solomon. And so all those old pictures from the 1800s, there's always a guy doing that, the sign of the master of the second veil, hiding their hand in a picture somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know
Right?
if you've seen it in the picture I pulled up.
Yeah, so it's like, that is from Duncan's ritual and monitor, right under Trump, where they're, hiding one hand, pledging of allegiance, over your heart. This is another Masonic thing. These are all part of the, if you read these books, if you read like Albert Mackey and his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, these people are all part of a theater that each person, when they're going through each degree, they're reenacting some sort of theater for all these people. And so it's made me think of, when they talk about the world stage, maybe what you're seeing, you might not like what it looks like, but maybe they're just letting you all know that's what this is. And if you don't know, well, you're going to be fooled by it, right? But if you realize what they were doing and the symbols that they were showing you, maybe you wouldn't have so much of an attachment to it emotionally. Maybe you wouldn't let it charge you so much, because you'd realize there's two sides to the coin, and they both come from the same bank, the same minting place, right? It's that's how I look at this now. Like, I look at everything as like just another way to distract me or to get a rise out of me emotionally.
Yeah, no question about it. Of course, interesting. I'll plug the new episode of JT's Mixtape. Once again, it's on Patreon right now, so if you guys are interested in watching that, please continue to watch this stream, but you guys, it's available afterwards. But we talked a lot about that, and if you guys are not aware, and this was really interesting, was in the new Maverick movie. I guess it's not new, it's like 3 years old. The Top Gun 2 Maverick.
Oh, yes.
Yes, there was some predictive programming came out that almost lined up exactly with what happened with the bombing raids to take out the nukes and the centrifuges in Iran in that movie. And it's like, yeah, that's like Kabbalistic magic. So sometimes people like talk about predictive programming. It's like there's levels of it. I think this is the magic. This is the theater. This is trying to manufacture consent
this is not weird. This is not unusual for us to go bomb places. So they put this into the culture, into the movies, and so when it happens in real life, people are less likely to push back. I actually do think that I'm not completely black-pilled by politics, because guys like Trump, I don't trust him 1 minute. Again, I think he is a puppet for bigger fish. Somebody else is puppeteering him. But at the same time, I do think that what I have seen, and this is just, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but what I've seen over the past few years, it does seem like certain politicians can be influenced by the public opinion. You know, that what if they're not getting full consent? If we're apathetic, then they'll do whatever they want to, and they'll try to get it rammed through. But I do feel like that if we do have any power, it's the fact to say, no, I'm not fooled by this. You know, I want you to do this. You were supposed to work for me. I know that's what they say, and I'm not naive either. But I do think that when we're loud,
What?
and we voice our opinions,
She likes crayons?
that,
Trans.
yeah, I think maybe
She is?
maybe there's a spiritual
No.
component of that.
No,
like,
there's no way she's lying.
She has like an
eventually we're not going to be able to do it.
No,
And
they're
maybe
lying.
They will still, but I have started to notice that.
Got the penis removed.
That these people, the more we continue to wake people up, like people like Ted Cruz again, showing the hidden hand on that debate, and then you seeing how he performed in front of Tucker Carlson, where when you actually do expose this Emperor has no clothes, it's like the Wizard of Oz.
Sure.
You pull back the curtain, you see there's a guy back here. This is not magic. This is some guy trying to convince you, trying to change your consciousness through Kabbalistic magic. But when you're not, but if you don't want to be fooled, you won't be. Because that's the thing, is like, I'm sure if Ted Cruz and I took an IQ test, he's probably way smarter than me. Like you could probably value that in some kind of way. But I would have sounded way smarter talking to Tucker Carlson than he was, because I would not be, because I wouldn't be lying.
Right.
You know, very smart men can look very stupid when they're telling very obvious lies. And I think that's what he was doing. And that's what you see lots of politicians. They're not stupid.
No.
But they're bad liars. Or people are just not, they're not, when you want to be convinced, when you want to be lied to, they're pretty good. But when you don't want to be lied to, you realize there's nobody, there's a man behind the curtain, and it's a liar. And so I do feel like that maybe that's where we can affect the things going on in our world, to not be deceived by these charlatans, and to know what's true, and to know what's right, and to ultimately the thing that is most offensive, I think, to me, is that you have the evangelical church all on board with war and an agenda to support genocide in the Middle East, as long as Israel's doing it. But if it's not Israel doing it, then it's bad. If it's Muslims doing it, it's horrible. But
Right.
if it's God's chosen people, who they say God's chosen people are, then it's all fine. I feel like that's the thing that's most troubling, because as somebody who is away to that deception, that's where wrong doctrine really becomes really dangerous. I mean, it's dangerous when your doctrine's wrong, where it could put your own soul in peril. I mean, that's about as dangerous as it gets. But it's probably more dangerous when your doctrine also leads to a genocide that you feel like you can justify, which I would say would also put your soul in jeopardy.
In jeopardy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do. It's, you know, I often wonder with the whole short season stuff, how would things go politically if people realize that the political state of Israel may not
Jump
be
him!
what we're talking about in the Bible.
God!
And those things
You
already
dumb motherfucker.
And, you know, a third
Yeah, just don't defend me. Fucking let them walk up on me. Use your brain, bro. Fuck.
You know, in the book of Haggai, when Joshua and Zerubbabel are walking around and they're looking at this current second temple, he asks them, "Who among you here remembers the first temple in all its glory, and how do you see it now?" So that's the Temple of Solomon. There is no third one, folks. So if people really just like read a little bit and realized that maybe the short season thing was correct and that Jesus kept his promise, you wouldn't have all of this stuff attached to Israel. Because nobody would stand for it. There wouldn't be a reason for it. Because these, right, we are neither, there's neither Jew nor Gentile, slave nor free, man nor woman, we're all one in Christ Jesus. So I don't know how you can misconstrue those two things and support, you know, a lot of this I think comes down to dispensationalism. Because if people realize that this is not talking about something in the future, we would eliminate a lot of these problems that we have. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to get you any more strikes, but I think you know what I'm saying.
No, yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, I've been talking about this. I talked about this last week. You know, I should read this verse. I thought this was an omission last week because I did take apart Ted Cruz's argument about like what he thinks the justification is for supporting Israel no matter what. And the one verse I didn't read, and somebody forgive me because I don't remember exactly who called me out on that this is the one I probably should have mentioned. You go to Galatians 3, which obviously we quoted Galatians 3:28, but if you go to Galatians 3, starting in verse 6, and so ultimately Cruz quotes, even though he didn't know he was quoting from it, he quotes Genesis 12:3, which is a promise to Abraham. So I'm going to bless thee who blesses thee, and I'm going to curse thee who curses thee. Before he says that, he's making a promise. He's making a covenant with Abraham. So the nation that comes from Abraham's seed is, well, we know it's Israel eventually, right? But it's again, Israel did not exist when God made that promise. So, but here's what Paul says. So this is Paul's interpretation, who is the apostle to the Gentiles in the New Testament. So, Galatians 3:6. Even as Abraham believed God, it was accounted to him for righteousness. Know ye therefore that they which are of faith, the same are children of Abraham. And the scripture foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying that these shall all nations be blessed. So then, when they which be of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. That is actually probably the most clear way you can describe what the promise was about, was that people of faith were children of Abraham. And if you were in faith, you'd be blessed, just like it said Abraham was blessed. So yeah,
This fucking support sucks, dude.
Outside of that, currently, and a lot of people made the great point, saying that if this is your whole theology is based on this modern nation of Israel, and we need to support this. So
The
what about
weather
when Israel
app is
was
so
destroyed in 70
annoying
AD and all the
because
time
like
after
yesterday I
that? So
planned
what would people have been
not
doing
to go
support
out in the sun
Israel
today because it was
or
supposed to
Abraham?
be storming okay.
Of course, then
And it
was
was
a very
sunny
clear
all
doctrine was,
day.
oh, well, it's a
And-
spiritual
Yeah,
concept.
they're wrong
Based
like
on
70% of the
Storming, like,
time.
as of now.
Or Abraham's seed, as
It's
it
not
says in
like the
Galatians
day's
3:28.
forecast.
Use AccuWeather.
We bless other Christians.
Huh?
Use AccuWeather.
Not a secular nation.
AccuWeather?
Not
Yeah, something
one
like
who's
that.
trying to commit genocide on its neighbors and regime change and all of the, and again, all the boondoggle that goes with any kind of conflicts in the Middle East. It's absurd to put in any other terms, but then in political terms, you have people like Trump, who would fall directly in the same category as George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, all the other presidents came for. We cannot let them get weapons of mass destruction. So in order to not let them get weapons of mass destruction, we must do preemptive things, which includes destabilize the region by changing regimes when it's never really worked before, ever. But we'll just give it another try.
No.
You know, the definition of insanity.
Not to mention the fact that we don't even know if those things are real. So I'm not saying that Hiroshima and Nagasaki didn't happen. I'm not saying that. But based on what we're told, no one should be living there right now.
Yeah, well, you make a good case. Well,
So-
I don't even know if we can talk about it.
Yeah,
but I'm not even sure. I will say what you said is, put it this way, is that what you're saying is a valid point. Is we don't even, the point is, even if they are real, we don't even know if they have them. We don't know who really has them. We've never really seen them, obviously. Being used
Come
in
on,
the
guys.
modern era, which we are told that there's a deterrent based on other countries having them. Even we're talking about rogue states like North Korea, who has not used them, despite all the fact that all the worry that the media has tried to instill on us behind that Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un, his son, that they're just going to just use it on some random country. They haven't yet. But maybe that's part of the Kabbalistic magic and trying to
You just
make us
keep
afraid.
getting fear can down the road.
Yeah, more fear.
You can just keep people in a perpetual state of fear. You can control them, tell them whatever policy you want to make, and basically erode their freedoms in the process. You become like.
This game is just glass on my balls.
Maybe that's how they feel.
Well, I think that again, that's part of the magic is that it's very easy, we're the most malleable when we're angry or afraid. Those two emotions, I think, are the easiest way to manipulate people. And I think fear being the most, probably that kind of MK Ultra mindset of like that if you can make somebody afraid, and if they're afraid, they'll give up all kinds of consent to you to do whatever comes next. People make irrational decisions when they're afraid. So that's the best way for them to trick you, to lie to you, and get you to believe it. And again, and if you were afraid and you sinned during that time, I think it's still a sin because it shows your lack of faith in God when you do that.
Be not afraid, right? And during the the cough that everybody had, where they couldn't work and they couldn't go places, I think a lot of people were willing to do almost anything to be able to have life go back to normal. And again, I don't think that there's a large group of people now who are going, hey, we all think that cough thing that happened was real, and we really trust the science over here, right? It's just I feel like there's like these periods where things happen that they're giving you the opportunity to wake up, but it's like, how much faith, I guess, do you have that you can kind of trust yourself and trust that God's not going to lead you into the wrong direction here if you're asking for some help. But I don't know. I often it's hard for me sometimes when I talk to people and they're very, very polarized by politics or whatever else. I guess seeing things through the short season lens, I often think that a lot of people are part of central casting, and this is like just a big theater that I'm watching. I'm part of somehow.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I guess that's the thing. I think that's why certain people do start to believe in that whole idea of like a simulation. Like none of this seems real when you see how manufactured it all is. But I mean, from our perspective, it's like, yeah, we do live on our phones now, and so it's really hard. I mean, so you could really think that they really have access to manipulate us in all kinds of ways, and it does feel like that. I guess if you let it is all fake. But if you kind of concentrate on what God's put in front of you, there's a very real distance to be had here. But yeah, like the distractions, it does seem manufactured. It's like the Truman Show. With that being said, John, would you like to take some questions with me? Because we've been doing Q&A every Thursday night. We don't have a ton of questions tonight. Yeah, if you want to, you can help me carry the load. You want to read some questions with me?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to the screen share, and so we got. Okay, so we've got questions here. We'll start with Renegade Seed. Looks like he's got no question. Of course, he's going to flatter me, so that's fine too. No question. Just wanted to say thank you, JT, for everything you do. Well, you're very welcome, Renegade Seed. Okay, we got second question, or not? First question, Lady Cal DRT 22. Hey JT, I really enjoyed your interview with Bible Geeks and Freaks. Much appreciated how you explained the difference between various Bible translations, and also you address the accusation that the Bible is full of misinterpretations because of different translations. Okay, let's see if there's any question in here. Okay, let's get down to the question. My question tonight, can you elaborate what or who exactly the Ashkenazi Jews are? Not sure the exact spelling. I'm just trying to understand how they relate to current Jews living in Israel and Zionism. Also, the same note, I keep hearing many of my friends and family say Zionism is simply the Jewish people having a right to a land they can call their own. And as Americans, there's nothing wrong with supporting that. I'd love to hear your response to that oversimplified definition of Zionism. Keep up the great work, and God bless. Well, sure. Let me try to put this as tactfully as possible because again, this is a this is a delicate subject. I've talked about this subject before, and of course, when we talk about Israel, there's no anti-Semitic things. Again, Semitic comes from Shem. So Shem's line, Shem being one of 3 sons that came from Noah who were on the ark, and all nations were begot of those 3 sons. But what's pretty interesting when you think about it, so there are people who call themselves not just Jews, but Ashkenazi Jews. Now, knowing a little bit of biblical history...
Thanks, Captain Hedgehog.
If you guys... Lots of people get really bored with the genealogy.
What?
Nothing.
I'm gonna actually, I'll just pull this up on my screen
Something
here.
about a hedgehog.
Let's go over to...
Captain Hedgehog said, "Hey, dude, check out this fucking website where I can illegally boost your fucking shit, bro."
Yeah, again, people
Hey,
get
really
bored with the
appreciate that,
Let's just start
Aiden.
reading through some. Okay, starting with Chronicles 1, Adam.
How are you, bro? How is your child? How is your life? Are you tired?
Names a little bit, and that's kind of
Did you
annoying.
choke the chicken
We
today?
don't talk about that. Okay. It says, Adam, Seth,
Did you
Enoch,
just-
Canaan, Mahalalel,
Did you just do that on
Aaron,
purpose?
Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech,
No, I had
Noah,
like
Shem,
Are you trying to get my attention with that?
The sons of Japheth were Gomer,
I love
Magog.
how I did
Okay, we
it.
talked about Gog, Magog.
You
got
just
Magog.
smacked me in the back of the head.
Yeah.
Yes, life
Madai,
sucks. Tell me
Javan,
about how
Tubal,
shitty your life is.
Meshech, Tiras. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz. Okay, we'll just end there, but let's go backwards again. The sons of Japheth. Okay, so that's kind of interesting when you think about that. If you
Life
don't
is
like
great.
the policies
Life
of the
is
nation of
beautiful.
Israel, you're often
You think so?
accused of being anti-Semitic.
I mean-
which would be more like, what would be more accurate would say you're anti-Semitic.
Not totally, not yet.
Life is hard,
Now,
but
I've often been
if you're
Not
like, my
absolutely,
life is
not yet.
miserable all the time.
Not with Satan in
There's
the
a lot of
equation.
the sons of Shem.
It's not beneficial for anyone.
So to say you don't like what's happening in 2025,
I just wish the government
where they
didn't
say
steal
that
from me
Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, saying
and didn't make
you're
me think that
anti-Shem because you don't
I wish
I
we
don't
were,
already
like,
own this house
actually
when I do.
You
free
don't
and
support
could
wars
do
in the Middle East.
Yeah, that'd be
that
awesome.
They want. That's really weird. But what's even more ironic is that, like I said, there's three sons of Noah: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Japheth's sons were Gomer, and then Gomer's
I beat
son
Dark Souls
was
2 today.
Ashkenaz.
So that's
Ashkenaz
sick.
is the
I beat
grandson of
Night Rain,
Japheth,
Elden Ring, Dark Souls 2,
who
boom.
he's not related to.
I got 4 more
other
to
than
play.
Him being
But I'm sorry to hear
like a
your life
second
sucks, bro.
cousin or whatever, or third cousin, whoever you say that is.
My
Japheth
life was horrible
Japheth
for a
is
very
Shem,
long time,
or
so
Shem's
I can
brother.
I can
Ashkenaz
relate to
is
that,
not
dude.
in the line.
I ain't talking to your ass, old woman.
So yeah, so if you say you're related
My buddy.
to Ashkenaz, then you're not related to Shem. So therefore, if you don't like people in Japheth's line, you're not anti-Semitic by definition. So that's a little bit of irony, but the rest of it is like.
Hey, love you too,
yeah, so
son.
I'll answer this question. I'll let John maybe if he wants to elaborate on this. Be careful, John, how you answer this question. That yeah, people saying that Zionism is simply Jewish people wanting the right to a land they can call their own. Sure, that is a right that a lot of people can reserve. The
That was bad
difference
macro on my part.
between
That was bad
Zionism
macro.
is in what, like you could say, a lot of people say these colonialist Americans took over the natives' land in the place we live right now. And that's a problem for certain people. But that's kind of how it's always been. Through conquest, through military action, whatever, people depose other peoples in their lands. Even in the story, the original story, that God sent the Israelites in to take a land. But through God's help in their own strength, faith in the Lord, they took that land. That's not what happened in the 1940s. The Western countries deposed people, and then they took it over afterward. And the only reason they likely still have that land is because we backed them. So that's different. So we kicked certain people out of that land and gave it to them. And so it's kind of like this: does Israel have the right to remain a nation? No, I don't think that they do. I don't think that anybody really does. Do people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? I believe those are God-given rights, but I don't think you don't have the right to remain a nation unless you can do it yourself. I mean, does America and Great Britain and France and other countries that back Israel, do we have to defend them if they're being provocative to their neighbors and wanting to keep this land? If they can't get along with their neighbors, do we have to continue to support that? I mean, that's kind of like what do you guys think? I mean, I'm saying I don't know that we necessarily have to, but we do. So I would say that yes, they have the right to defend themselves, but at the same time, their neighbors do too, and they don't have to accept that they're legitimate because they do some illegal stuff, and maybe their neighbors do too. So,
What the hell happened to my ult there?
what do you think, John?
You know,
I don't know what to think about that.
You know, I think in the book of Matthew and the parable of the vineyard, you know, in the Tanakh, the Torah. Which
What a
is the Old
dummy.
Testament, you have to have a Messiah, right? There's a Messiah that's going to come. He's going to be a wonderful counselor. He's going to be wise beyond his years. He'll be a son of David. And when I read the parable of the vineyard,
That sucks.
he talks about these people not doing the right thing, and that the last person that he's going to send to get these people to do the right thing are going to be his son, and they're going to kill him so that they can take his inheritance. Now, if you believe in the Bible, well, the son that they're going to kill is Jesus, and he's going to take their kingdom away from them. So, based on that, how would they then automatically be given free reign to Jesus, or from Matthew, it's going to be taken away. I mean, it's pretty clear who they're talking about. So I don't know.
No.
I'm just going to go
No.
off of what Scripture says there. Right?
Annoying as
What
fuck
Scripture
to
says
anyone
that
watching
this is
it.
what's supposed to happen.
Annoying as fuck to anyone watching it.
Good girl.
What
Good
basis do you
girl.
have now?
Good girl.
Good girl.
Right, yeah, again,
I'm
like
not
what it
gonna
says
hit
in
ya.
Galatians.
Oh, I thought a
6
jab
through
was
9,
coming in like
verse
that.
6 through 9. It
Good
says that the
girl.
children of faith
Good
are
girl.
Abraham's seed and
You
are heirs to the
make
promise.
good girl.
So the people who rejected Jesus are not heirs to that promise because they rejected it. They didn't believe. So
Good
through lack of
girl.
faith, they are out of the promise. And I brought that up, and I know a lot of people talk about that. They try to smear people like me with that term replacement
Good
theology.
girl.
But I don't know how to interpret
Good girl.
both the parables of the wedding feast and also the parable of the wicked tenants. When Jesus said, yes, the kingdom is going to be taken from you, and it's going to be given to someone else, given to another nation who's going to produce fruit. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? And I think that again, I mentioned over and over again, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of why there's trouble for Jacob, why there's issues, why there are these other nations that God is allowing.
Bro, that's insane.
Because
My
that's
buddy has been
God's
following
judgment.
me since
So I think that's interesting in a
September
way that
21st,
how the
2014.
dispensationalists
Who?
view this. Because do you find it funny how the way that they interpret
That's wild.
these end time scriptures, where
This
nobody
guy,
has
he's my
stories
mod,
of
Ghost and
Israel
Bits.
because
He's like one of my
God
first
protected
followers.
them.
Nice.
Who sends the nations to
He
destroy
tried to
them?
name his kid Kendrick, but his wife
It's
said
God
it
who does
was
that.
too black of a name.
I think that's what the one thing that people
That's
don't
crazy.
understand. Do you think
What?
that these nations are coming against Israel
Nothing.
just on their
Dude, you
own
keep
volition?
talking
It's
to
like
me,
that
but
God
I'm
sent
like,
Nebuchadnezzar. God sent the Romans. So if God sent those nations to judge Israel, judge Judah, judge Jerusalem, then that was God's divine judgment to send these other nations. So yes, he saves a remnant. And then again, this is not just a bloodline thing. So this is that when Paul says that, quote Isaiah, there's a remnant.
What's that one trick?
Elijah, when
Twitch
Elijah
streamer
was
you
told by God,
watch?
there's still a
Zach
remnant left.
something.
You think you're the
Asmongold?
only one
They're
that's
talking
left.
about him because
So it's
he's
not
like
that
really
God
good friends
tossed
with
all
the guy up
all
there.
the old Israelites.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Asmongold. That's his actual handle. He changed it to Zach Rar for his second one. He doesn't get on his main account anymore.
And they were not allowed to come into
He
the
doesn't want
promised
people to pay for ads or
I
look
think
at
that's,
ads.
I think it's exactly the same. Think about that story.
He still makes a ton of money.
All these unbelieving people, these hard-headed people.
He's totally fine. He has millions of dollars in stocks and investments. It's just he doesn't have to do anything the rest of his life. No.
The next generation after them
Nope.
were allowed to come in. I think it's the same way. I think it was the same way when 70 AD happened. So the idea that they're going to come back now, and dispensationalists think that they're going to rebuild the temple, then what happens after that? That God just immediately starts protecting them? The faithless people? The people who don't believe? Or you would
Oh
have
yeah,
to
I
expect,
remember when he dated her.
at the very
I couldn't
least,
believe she was dating him because his fucking house is so gross
in order
and
to find
messy.
out who is
He's a very smart guy. Don't get me wrong,
the
but his
last-
fucking
very
house is gross.
I mean, like what else would you expect? I mean, I think that they think that it's like they do think that like you can have your cake and eat it too. All these people are going to come to faith in Jesus. But how does
Which I
that
mean,
happen
whatever.
Unless they're put into major distress.
No big deal, mate.
Like the burning down, the razing of Jerusalem one more time.
Yeah, and I know I brought it up before about the book of Haggai, but Haggai 2 is where this starts, where they are speaking to Zerubbabel and Joshua as they are building this second house. So we know that the second house was destroyed, and
Come here. Good girl.
starting at
Ready?
verse
Ready?
6.
Go get it.
In a little while,
been
there will
there
once more
retrieving
shake
it.
Yeah,
the
she's
heavens
getting good.
and the sea and the dry land.
And they're
If we
doing
get
like,
a
good girl.
not so hot day this summer,
And I will fill
or like in a
this
month or
house
two,
with
we
glory.
could take her out to the
Silver is mine,
big
gold
open
is mine,
field and
declares the Lord.
That'd be
play
fun.
play touch with them for
Is
5-10
greater than
minutes.
the glory
You should.
of the former
Major
house.
won't be able to do
Yeah.
very
The
long
former
out there.
house,
Maybe
the
he'll
temple
run
is
though.
Solomon's
I'll take Sky with
They
us.
are building
Oh yeah,
this
they're all
second
gonna
temple.
fucking
This
build it.
second temple is
That'd be
destroyed
fun.
and Jesus becomes the third temple. So
Little water?
with
Little
all of
limeade?
that, how
I'll
are we
take.
now waiting for a third
Do
one?
we
to
only
be
have
built?
limeade?
No, there's
That doesn't make
cherry
any sense.
limeade.
Or strawberry?
No, it makes zero sense
It,
again.
it
though,
makes
because-
zero sense.
you
So
think- oh yeah, go ahead. Finish what you're
yeah.
saying.
Oh yeah,
No,
strawberry
I'll
limeade.
take a strawberry.
No, I was just gonna say that as I mentioned from the very beginning that when David
Thank you.
talks about wanting to build God a temple, he did not want the first one. So why would he need another one? And again, I already go back and I said I think this is more illustrative of like what God really wants, is the idea that he didn't even want a first temple. He did not want them to sacrifice to him. He did not want to be worshipped like the other nations. So in order for God's plan to be, his prophecies to be fulfilled in the dispensationalist mind is, he wants his people to go do things that he does not want, only for a temple to be defiled. But it would be defiling the temple of the Holy Spirit, us, in Christ himself, by building another temple, killing animals again, and then only for an Antichrist to go in there. It's again, and then just so he can destroy Jerusalem one more time.
that doesn't make any sense.
It's kind of, it seems, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it makes a lick of sense, probably because it doesn't. All right, let's go to the next question. Let's see what we got over here.
Shake it, Kayla, shake it. Shake,
Okay, so we
shake
got a
it,
question
shake
here.
it,
It says,
shake that ass.
Stay curious, AXP.
Shake that booty, Looty. Shake that booty, Looty. Shake that booty, Looty. Ooh. Shake that booty, Looty. Huh?
That'd be fun to go with them.
Oh, yeah.
If so, wouldn't that
I just gotta
evidence
make sure
confirm
Major
the
doesn't
true
pass
life,
out.
location of Jerusalem, not elsewhere like some speculate?
It'd be
Thank you for your
honestly
hard work,
better in
KT.
the
God bless.
fall.
I would say that
It's been grossly hot
that
this
what
week. Like
She'll
you
be
walk
older
outside and you
eventually.
instantly
Jesus
feel
said
like sticky.
every stone in that temple was thrown down.
Dude, yeah.
Also,
I was
it
sweating.
Maybe
I was
this
sweating my ass off
Saturday-
just mowing. For
Maybe
Maybe
not
this
star
Saturday we
scripture,
could set up the
but I think
puppy
it's
pool
pretty,
Oh yeah.
outside,
pretty
Mhm.
reliable.
and
That it
like
said
we
that
could let her
when
off the
the
leash
Romans
for
destroyed
a
the
few
temple and
minutes
burned
while
it
we
down,
play with her in
the
the yard.
gold melted down into the foundation.
Sounds good. What's it supposed to be like Saturday?
And the Romans
It's supposed to be
dug up the
sunny.
foundations to get the gold out.
Okay.
And like
So
80
fulfilling
something.
the prophecy of Jesus.
Sick,
not
sick,
one
sick.
stone left to come
Oh,
upon
Ash is
another.
my fucking support.
So when they showed the
Damn it,
Wailing
dude.
Wall, what they were saying that that's like remnants of the old temple. No, I don't think that that's the old temple. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not necessarily doubting that the location of where maybe the Dome of the Rock is could have been where the temple was built. I've always said that
Good
I'm open
girl.
to the idea that
Good girl.
that
No,
some of
no,
the
no, no, no.
locations could be
You stay
elsewhere.
there. You stay there.
But from my perspective, I think it's probably where they say it is. I think that everything is different than it used to be after all the judgments that came upon that place. But yes, I don't think that there's a lot of evidence. I mean, what we do have is histories of, which could be very unreliable. Is the Knights Templar went in Mount Moriah. Mount Moriah is where the Temple Mount is. They went under the ground and supposedly found scrolls and things from past temple remnants, maybe from the times of Josiah and the former kings of Judah. Is that true? I mean, there's no telling. There's no telling.
This Asian
But no,
guy
I don't
is
think
so
that there's
pretty.
any super concrete.
I'm not
evidence because
usually
I think
into
that
Asians.
you
Maybe
said
that's a
everything's
lie.
gonna be destroyed
I
from
feel
the
like
second
all the
temple.
attractive
It
girls
was.
are
And
like
if they say
girls I
anything
think are
is
really
left over
pretty
from it,
are Asian.
the people who would say that there's things left over, I don't believe them. I don't believe. I think they're liars. What do you think? What do you think, John?
It's interesting. I think I've looked this up before, but I had to just double check to make sure. But Fort Antonia, a Roman fortress built by Herod the Great, that is what Google says is the Wailing Wall.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so even Google's saying that the Wailing Wall is not actually.
And it's the retaining wall of Fort Antonia, or Antonia.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, there you go. Good call. Okay, we got Truth Unfiltered over here. Rev, I believe when you die, your consciousness never fades away, and when we enter the spirit realm, we, as physical as we are when we are alive in the flesh. What do you think happens when we die, and what are your thoughts on outer body experiences? You know, it's interesting. I was just asked that question, and I feel like that. I don't know. I think that I just don't know, because even before I believe we're in the short season, I was under the interpretation that if Jesus has not come back yet, then nobody is in heaven yet until the last day when Jesus raises people up in the resurrection. Even the church often always says that absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. I think that scripture, I don't think it really means what they use it to mean. I feel like to be in New Jerusalem, I feel like you have to be resurrected. And I know that if we believe we're in the short season, we know that there was one resurrection, which would be of the saints and the people who are reigning and ruling with Jesus in New Jerusalem. What happens when we die? Well, I mean, you can see very clearly that if you've ever had a loved one pass, and you've been to a funeral where there's an open casket, well, their body has not been reanimated. They're not resurrected right away. So where does their soul, their spirit go? I don't know. I mean, I think maybe it does go into another waiting period. What do you think, John? I mean, again, I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know if
Pussies.
it's until the second resurrection is that we get to partake in New Jerusalem in heaven.
Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about this. Maybe there is just another waiting area that we get to go to. I was always under the impression that everybody has to stand in front of the white throne of judgment, no matter what. So, I don't know. Maybe you just go into a sleep and you don't really know what's happening. I don't remember the verse off the top of my head, but I know that there will be things that will happen, and no one will be able to remember the former things. So, maybe when you die, you
Shouldn't
just,
have fucked around, bro.
kind of in sleep and
Don't know why you'd want to go back in on a 2v3 fucking re-engage, bro.
It is
What are you
interesting, though,
thinking?
the comment about like outer body experiences.
Stupid.
And, these shamans where they basically are trying to get in contact with entities.
2
from
+
the
3
other
don't
side.
equal a win, bud.
And it's like they exchange their body, their physical body, for information or knowledge or whatever, what have you. So it would seem that it's supported in other
Stupid
places
bastards.
that you can go somewhere else. You can astral project yourself
Ay,
to
ay, ay,
somewhere
ay.
else. And maybe there is something more to the fact that you can go somewhere while you're still alive, and the body
Help
is
her.
a vessel for the soul. Because it is
Warwick,
interesting in all
you
those other
fucking
cultures
suck, bro.
and these ancestor,
You're not smart, and I'm not feeling good about your low IQ.
Worship cultures, they're dressing up like something, or they're taking some sort of something, or they're getting into a meditative state so that they can kind of be taken over. So yeah, maybe it is possible that you can go somewhere else. I don't know. I'm not trying to find out.
Yeah. Well, so I just quote this verse. So this is what people often quote when, especially at funerals, when they say as Christians, they say, okay, so you go to 2 Corinthians 5, starting verse 6. So we are always confident knowing that for while we are at home in the body, we are absent from the Lord, for we walk by faith, not by sight. We are confident, yes, well pleased rather to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. Therefore, we make it our aim, whether present or absent, to be well pleasing to Him. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that each one may receive the things done in body, according to what he has done, whether good or bad. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men, but we are well known to God, and also trust we are known to your consciousness. So I think that's quite a bit different than the way people quote it, to say, well, we know that we'll be present with the Lord if we're doing. I think that there's some room there. I don't know that it's clear, because he was basically saying you're going to have to appear before God's throne. So when is the white throne? After the second resurrection. So when's the second resurrection?
Fucking Ward,
I don't
man.
think it's happened yet. So I would say that I don't know. I mean, we do know that Christ took the keys of hell and death. Death wears your sting. But does that mean that it's completely empty down in the underworld? No. I've often said that it could be something similar, that just when you go under anesthesia with a surgery, maybe for us, if we went down and we slept, we would not recognize how much time had passed before we are awake and present with the Lord. Good question. Very good question. Hard to answer. Okay. Let's say Patrick Ansnook 3540. What is your take on the Crusades? Were they Jesus ruling with the iron rod? Are they misrepresented in how they are depicted in order to demonize them? Or were they something entirely different due to the timeline, tomfoolery? God bless them. Excellent question. I think that Gunnar Heisen projected that the Crusades were much more soon after the fall of Jerusalem. That this is something that I found incredibly significant and fascinating, was that Okay, Rome is this concept. Rome is not just Roman Italians. Rome is something entirely different than I think we've seen. Could be something similar as like an American empire, where we have places that are territories like the Philippines. You know, so if we were going to use certain kinds of troops, the Romans used like foreign legions would be that they would conscript armies to go fight for them. So when they took Jerusalem down, you might have had Roman generals ruling over or directing armies that were not Italian people. So I think in our mind we always think like these white European-looking Romans sacking Jerusalem. But what Gunnar Heinzen said, and I think that credible historians have said, they used Arab nations to go trample Jerusalem. And that's what it says in Daniel, and I think that's what it says in Revelation 11, is that the holy city is given over to the nations, and they're going to trample on the holy city. So the Arabs, who also, interesting, Gunnar Heinzen put Muhammad.
What a dumb fucker.
For a
Oh,
century.
okay. I don't know
And so
how I
you
died,
have
but alright.
These Arab Muslims coming into Jerusalem and destroying the city.
Do not know how that
And
happened.
then later, you might have had Christians coming and take it back almost immediately. That's an interesting concept. I think that the truth of the matter is, I think without a doubt, they're lying about how that conflict went. Either lying about when it took place and ultimately the significance of it. Because typically when the Crusades are brought up, it's just to throw shade at Christians. The Christians haven't always done good things. What about the Crusades? What about the Crusades? What about the Crusades? That's what we always hear. What about the Crusades? But it makes more sense too that it wasn't separated from the times of Jesus by 1,000 years. That seems more crazy, is that nobody moved into Jerusalem for a long time afterwards, and then eventually Muslim Arabs moved in there, and then 500 years later, that's when Christians from Europe went in there to take it back. In that narrative, it does make it seem like religious zealots on the Christian side went in there just to kill brown people. That's what the narrative wants you to think. That's a lie. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I would agree. I think the story, the order has just been changed. And it is interesting, Gunnar Heinzen, his research and talking about, the Romans making Millefiori glass. No one being around to show any of the Islamic world how to make it. And they recreated it almost perfectly, right? So it's like all these things had to have happened at the same time. And it also makes me wonder, who is the false prophet, right?
Right. Could that have been Muhammad?
Could Muhammad have been the false prophet that deceived them?
I want to fucking flame my teammates so bad.
If it were that way. But yeah, I don't believe that story for a second is the way that it actually happened.
Yeah, but to answer your question too, that could that have been Jesus ruling with a rod of iron? I think that, yeah, I think it could have been. I think that could have been something that happened in the millennial reign. Makes sense to me. Again, the way I read the book of Revelation, not everyone died during the events of Revelation.
Oh my god.
So, yeah, that's what I believe, because if God took a people like the Israelites, who are not perfect, obviously far from it, to purge out more wicked enemies of the Lord, giant, corrupted bloodlines and evil nations, well, why couldn't it start the same way in the times of the millennial reign? Could that have been God ruling with a rod of iron? I think that's why maybe in the current view of history we have is the church is always dumped on, saying, oh, they were always wicked, they were always corrupt, they were always this and that. Read your books. Read the books of the Bible. The kings in Israel were often corrupt. Even the best ones were not very good. They were not perfect. So, what if when Europeans who were Christians, right, whether they were good Christians or bad Christians, they were Christians, they came over and they purged out nations, wicked nations in the Americas. colonization's bad, right? That's what we're taught. But were the Europeans as bad as the people like the Aztecs who were sacrificing to demons on tops of pyramids? No, they were not that bad. So maybe that was God's judgment. Maybe that was God ruling with a rod of iron. So maybe it was something similar that's happening in Jerusalem, and it wasn't all bad. I think that, again, that it depends on your perspective on history, whether it was a good or bad thing. We even know today that certain people read their Bible and they'll say, man, that God of the Old Testament sure was a genocidal maniac, right? And then we would say, no, he wasn't. God's just, God's good, and
How in the
God is
fuck
same
did that
yesterday,
miss?
today, and forever. So why would he be different during the millennial reign? I don't think it has to be. I think that's what he's saying. All right, let's continue on the stream. Okay, Rockin' Royale says, what's your take on a guy like Edgar Casey, a figure known as the sleeping prophet, and his claims to heal through clairvoyance, including accessing the condition of people's bodies and injuries? I know Brian's take, it's demons, bro, and I'm sure he's not wrong in some regard. LOL. You know what? I'm gonna go with the simple answer is it's demons, bro. It's demons, bro. The sleeping prophet, obviously, what's interesting, I'm not sure if Rockin' Royale knows that the Edgar Casey Center is in Virginia Beach. That's where I'm born and raised. So that's a stone's throw of where I work down at the oceanfront, Virginia Beach. So he's here, and so he had these very elaborate tales of Atlantis and the coming back of Atlantis and all these details about the mythical city of Atlantis. And it just so happens that Virginia Beach has one of the biggest statues of Neptune in the whole world, which I don't think is ironic or a coincidence. Down at our oceanfront, that Neptune, who in his Greek name is Poseidon. Poseidon is the one who supposedly founded Atlantis, and he had 10 sons who ruled over the place. And yeah, then it was judged by a flood. His Nephilim sons were judged eventually after the divine spirit dwindled in that place. But yeah, I think overall that God can give people prophetic visions and dreams, and can talk to them, directly if he wants to. But when you're clairvoyant and you claim to get these prophecies through your dreams that obviously are not 100% accurate and are nothing about God and Jesus and the one true way to go to heaven, it's safe to say that it came from the enemy, and it came from demons, bro. What do you say, John? Demons, bro, or not?
First of all, I think Brian's awesome. I like Brian, right? I remember for a long time I thought Sylvia Brown was full of it, and I was like, this has got to be like, just something that they're pulling our leg on, right? But she too said that she would contact entities that would give her information about where these people were buried or, solving murders. So I think anybody could probably tap into that realm.
Bitch.
Be able to
Fuck you.
get information. And there's probably plenty of people who they come up with whatever name that they like for themselves, but they're probably just doing something that's pretty similar to the way everybody else is doing.
Yeah, I would say that it's interesting that I always got to bring it back to Lord of the Rings, but this is kind of timely. They have that company that's been coming out, the surveillance thing, the Palantir, the Plantieri, that company.
Palantir, yeah.
Yeah, Palantir, or Palantieri, I think that's the way you say it in the Tolkien mythos. Well, in those, obviously, the Palantieri is some kind of a crystal ball. It's a seeing stone. And it can show you the future, but at the same time, it gives the enemy access to you when you use it. So, and also I think that you can be manipulated because you don't really know if it's true or not. Like, so how could you really know if it's true if you're getting from a source like that? I think that's probably likely what happens when you channel demons to get insight on the future. That was another interesting thing in Tolkien's world is that the lesser gods could see some of the future, but there was mysteries that were hidden from them too, which makes perfect sense. You know, even if there was no funny business how Tolkien came up with all this stuff, it does correlate because, of course, they said he was a Catholic, that he would have maybe framed his story after what was true. So the idea that like the devil does not know the full story, or he did not know the full story. He probably likely now knows the full story, but he did not know the mysteries that God was keeping from them. Even in the book of Enoch, it mentions that the Watchers taught men mysteries, but they didn't even understand the deeper mysteries of God. So he taught them. The Watchers taught men worthless mysteries because they didn't really even understand. So yeah, you can see that these beings that are older than us can see the thing from maybe a broader perspective. They can sit back further and they can see a bigger part of the story. But they are not God. They are lesser gods. The one true God can see it all. And so, yeah, they could tell you kind of how it's supposed to go, but maybe they don't even know. So maybe even if they did want to tell you the truth, they don't even know because, again, they're not omnipotent. They can't be all places at once. And they're not outside of this place like the one true God is. So, yeah, it's demons, bro.
It's the best answer.
Yeah.
It really
Demons,
is.
bro. It's the most simple answer, but yeah, let's shoot. Okay, let's go to the next question. We've got a few more. We're looking like we're a little over 2 hours. So, okay, so Brown Knight. God bless you, Carmen. Thank you so much. Demons tell the truth too, but often use it to deceive. That's true. Again, that's a good point. Carmen says. Thank you for the super chat, Carmen. Is that much in the same way that the devil did tell some partial truths to Eve, to deceive her. Not everything he said was a lie. It's kind of like saying, like, you're not going to die, Jesus. Not today.
Right.
You know, your eyes will be open. You'll be like us, which was sort of true. Is that they were innocent. They didn't know the difference between good and bad. They couldn't tell the difference because all they knew was good until they did bad, and then they learned. So it's using a little bit of truth with a little bit of leaven in there in order to manipulate people. And I think it would be no different. The demons would do the exact same thing. So great call. Thank you for the super chat, Carmen. God bless you. Okay, it says Brown Knights 2208. Hi JT, are you open to make a live stream about meltology? Melted buildings are everywhere, but not just that everything inside the structures was destroyed, including billions of people. Thank you for your hard work. These guys are good. Yeah, I am absolutely open to the idea. It's kind of crazy that I haven't done a whole special on meltology yet. So yes, I would like an expert in that. It's kind of in the same way of like John was talking about. We're really fascinated with the architecture. I've told you guys over and over again that I really love going out west. I like going to see, like the God's nature, but sometimes it doesn't look all that natural. It looks like it could have been once maybe a red brick building out in Sedona. Now it looks like a lump of red stuff. Utah and all that stuff. So yes, I am absolutely down for that. I even teased tonight. Well, before John agreed to come on, actually I was thinking about things I could talk about, and I'm gonna save something back. I've actually got a really good connection with meltology, but maybe if we do maybe even next week, if I get somebody on here to talk meltology, we can do that. But that's a great idea. What are your thoughts on meltology, John? Are you interested in the topic?
Meltology is phenomenal. I think there's an account that I follow on Twitter called Bro Cheese, and that's all they do are post about these melted structures that are all over the place and stamped bricks, the dates on them. The elements shall melt like wax on the from the fervent heat in the day of the Lord. And so it does make me think, like, to your point of why is the Grand Canyon restricted? And maybe, just maybe, when Daniel has his vision, these are all subsequent kingdoms that wound up, or empires that wound up conquering each other, right? But maybe their reach was far and vast, and maybe those places were all, roasted when he came back, and there's just a mix of them all over the place, right? So maybe this is the reason why you hear the story of there's like Egyptian mummies or Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon, is because maybe that's just how far and vast that particular empire had. The remnants are just still there and you can't see it, right? So yeah, I think Meltologists see it.
Yeah, that's a great call, because I think that what's really interesting about that idea is that what if the real reason that places like the Grand Canyon would be restricted is because you have
Easy.
things that obviously
Easy comeback. They should have beat us.
almost beyond recognition.
They should not have let us get this ahead.
Totally beyond recognition, because these things still look like stuff. But they were so huge and so incredible that maybe there's pockets of preservation. What if there was so much there that it does kind of almost appear to be, if you guys have ever been to the Grand Canyon, that it looks like maybe that was once an ancient city. Maybe not ancient, but it was a city. And what if many people believe that the gold rush could have been is maybe like the finding of like people's treasures, not like necessarily mining gold out of the ground, but like finding it. Maybe it could have been melted gold. They got melted, as I was just saying, that you had the story in Josephus that when the temple was burned down, gold melted into the foundation, and the Romans of course had to pry it up. What if during that time, that cataclysm, that gold melted into the mountain, and then they had to go mine it out? Or literally there's pockets of preservation where they're still trying to go through these vast cave systems to find all the gold and treasures that could still be
I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Take a look at me.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I'm trying to
Bro,
remember
it
the
feels like
name of
10:30.
the
What?
person who did this exploration. But he basically said that there were
Nothing.
chambers that he
Repeat
went into.
it.
I said, bro, it
There
feels
were
like 10:30.
mummified people.
Yeah, it does.
And that probably
got
wouldn't
up
fit
early.
along with the regular narrative of America being this brand new place. It just wouldn't go along with the story. So maybe the easiest thing to do is to just say that there's certain places that are off limits. It is interesting. The largest landowner in America is the U.S. government. You think about every military base.
How is the salsa?
There's a lot of golf courses.
Nothing
right?
special?
Like, they have
I
taken
like it.
over a large amount of land that you would
I like
never be
it
able
better
to go
than
to.
the other one.
It does make
Really?
you wonder what could be
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. What's interesting is there's a little nuance when people say that what they found in the Grand Canyon was Egyptian. What the story came, I want to say that it came from the Arizona Gazette, was an old story, and I want to say that it was like J.G. Kincaid, was like the explorer that found it. It was sort of a mix of Egyptian kind of sounding things, but it was almost more like Hindu type things, like lotus flowers.
What is that?
And something that almost sounded like
Yeah, I saw that. Didn't I send that to you?
type thing that was in there.
I didn't.
So it was like
Maybe I
I
didn't.
don't think
I
so.
think I thought about it, but I never
But
did.
still, that shouldn't be here,
Oh,
right?
no
That
I
shouldn't
think
be-
the
yeah, so this is like,
Oh,
bad.
you gotta-
And they're
either
so
way,
scary.
yeah, I'm not trying to minimize it, but it's almost like more strange that would have had no connection with them. But that's I always find that interesting is that like the idea that we call the Native Americans Indians, and why would they call them Indians for so long when they know this is not India? It was only recently that they said we shouldn't call them that because that's politically incorrect. I think the reason they call them Indians is, hey, guess what? There's Indians here. From India.
Right.
Like there's a remnant of people from. It would be like saying. hey,
Don't.
look, there's
Oh
Italians
my
here.
God, she saved her ult for
This
that.
isn't
That's
Italy.
crazy.
Yeah, we know it's not Italy. They're still from their ancestors are from Italy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Doesn't that make more sense that these people were not complete morons when they said there's Indians here? From where? From America? No, from their ancestors in India.
I should have a 9-game
The
winning streak
Indians
right now.
have these crazy mythologies about going into the earth, Shambhala, Agartha, and stuff like that. And then these Native Americans claim to come out from inside of the earth. That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that it's like, is that why?
Let me
did
see
they
what all
think
the
that?
hype is about.
Is because there is some truth
Let me
in
see
that.
what all the hype is about.
And again, another Lord of the Rings
I said you're gay. Okay?
reference.
I said you're
I was
gay.
watching the Hobbit series.
I heard you
And I
at
thought that was
the
really
last
interesting.
part.
And to kind of go along with that and what made me answer this question was that in that series, it's about Smaug, the dragon, who takes over this dwarf kingdom that's inside a mountain, right? It's inside the mountain, but it's obviously kind of built out on the outside, but it's mostly just
Sit your ass down. Nope.
But it's all built out on the inside.
I mean, white person.
Statues.
Just kidding. I can say nigga all I want.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Unbelievable rich
Nigga.
inside this mountain.
I can say that. It's not
But
racist.
lots of it
I'm
was
not
burned
racist.
by a dragon. Is that kind of like a soft disclosure
How is it?
that fire prevents people from getting in to get this old treasure
I like it though.
that was mined by dwarves? You know, I mean, I'm not saying they were necessarily dwarves, but you know what I'm saying?
I like the texture of it more.
Sure.
Fire
I do too.
inside
It's
of a mountain,
just about
vast riches, things that are forbidden because of the danger involved in trying to go back and claim this treasure. I don't know. Just saying could there be something there?
Yeah.
Okay, so the new creature. Why isn't the
Does
topic
this guy
talked
fucking
about
podcast every
in
day?
normie churches? I'm guessing he's talking about the short
Sunday
season.
and Tuesday.
Yeah.
And why do so many I personally talk to
That's
get
weird.
combative or defensive? I live
Why?
in the LU
I don't know.
area, and it's hard having rational
Sunday and
conversations
Tuesday?
sometimes.
Does it
I
seem weird?
assume incorrectly that faith-based
I don't
Bible
know.
readers took
Oh, are
Jesus
you
at his
double
word.
chipping now?
People try to
Did
pick
you
and
learn from
choose
Big
from the
Daddy?
Bible about what is spiritual allegory and what is fact. Why don't you take this one, John? I'll give you the opportunity to have first word on this. What do you think that people get so
What does she look
combative
like
and
with no
defensive
makeup on?
She's
or
so
have
pretty.
rational
What does she look like without makeup on?
Her skin is that
Yeah,
way. I think it's just
you know,
like eyeliner. She's not wearing that
maybe,
much
you know, like
makeup.
if I were to think about the first time that this topic was told to me,
She's really pretty.
I think pride, my own pride that I knew the right
She looks like an
answer,
assassin.
was
I think
probably the
she's
main
like
thing that
considered
kept
like
me from wanting to like listen
a 9.
to what somebody
An
had to
assassin.
say. So I think maybe number one it's pride, and then I think number two, this does not align with the dispensational view. So if you were to have this open discussion about this, where would that lead the congregation to next? And you know, if the idea is that you need to lead everybody in a season of deception for them to think that Jesus is still coming back, right? He didn't do what he said he was going to do. You kind of, I guess you kind of lose control of that narrative, right? So I'm sure it's like a heresy in some places for someone to talk about this, that like, no, he already came back, and you know, we're past 1,000 years and all that other stuff. And I think it's just maybe it just comes down to pride of I have to be right. This has to be the right way, and I couldn't be wrong about it. Or how could we all be wrong about it?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely part of it. I think that I think the truth of the matter is that people are not really reading the Bible for themselves. I think that they've obviously put a lot of faith in other people, and it's tough for them to probably admit that they could be wrong about these
100%.
things. We often
Right.
say that the reason why that we have learned things is because we admitted that we're wrong. You know, the first thing is you notice that lots of people were wrong in our lives. So we're
I would
telling
hate
us
to be
what's
that
true.
pretty of a woman.
And then,
I would hate that.
but then you eventually have to be
That's so much
introspective on
attention.
yourself and say,
I would
there's a
hate
lot
it.
of things
That
that I
fucking
believe
cheek.
are wrong. And
Sorry,
why
I mean
why
Chinese
was it?
girl, or
Why
whatever.
do I have things wrong? A lot of times
Asian.
it's because we want things to be
She's
true.
one of the prettiest
It's
people.
it's not because that
But
we
she's
are
the only fan
unable
girl.
mentally to figure things out. It's because
Of course.
we have a blind spot because
I
we
mean,
want something to be true.
She probably makes
And I think that's the real reason people are combative. Is because
insane money.
they think
Yeah,
this place sucks,
she
and we
does, but-
don't necessarily disagree, and they want to be raptured out of this place. Now, the issue could be that maybe that's not how the story goes. So if you tell people that there's no Santa Claus when They're kids. They get
Yeah,
upset
we
with
get
you.
pissed.
So, but there's no Santa.
Can you hear?
Santa Claus is not giving you presents and things like that. So that's a lie. And even though you think it's fun, and it makes Christmas more fun, it's still not the truth. And I think that's the real truth of the matter is that most of these people want there to be a rapture. Whether it's before the tribulation or after the tribulation or during the tribulation. But I said, I think that people really need to just wrap
They're
their minds
talking
around
about
the fact
women
that
who are insanely
God never
orgasmic.
promised you a rapture. God promised you a resurrection.
What are they saying?
You know, that what
He's like,
people always
there's something
knew,
that you
even
can
in the time
just
of
like
Jesus,
barely
is that
touch.
there was going to be a
They're like,
resurrection. So, because again, people whether you believe that the rapture is in the past or it's in the future, you would have to believe that people have not experienced one, at least for a while. If you believe it was in the first century, or you believe it hasn't happened yet, everyone who's died has not experienced the rapture. So that's the real reason people get combative, is because their faith is in something they've been taught that they want to be true. Itching ear doctrines. So whether we're wrong or we're right, that nobody's experienced the rapture yet, then maybe your faith should not be in the rapture. Your faith should be in Jesus. It should be eternal life. It should be in the resurrection. And so I think that's why I think people are upset when you ask them questions about it, or you want to just broach the topic like, what if you're wrong about some of these things? I think that it's totally fair to talk about that, but at the same time, I get why people are resistant, and that's why I don't bring it up to everybody. I know there's people in my life that don't want to talk about this subject. They're not open to it. They know it's out there. They're just not. One day they might be willing to look. But I think that people have blind spots. I'm sure I still have some blind spots, and if they're not willing, I don't think you should force this conversation.
100%.
They gotta come
That
to
chick has dealt with stalkers.
But as I said before,
Yeah.
I don't think eschatology is
Fuck that
necessarily
shit.
a salvation issue.
I'd be sleeping
But I
with
do
a gun
think
under my
that when you
pillow.
see it kind of
One
put
strapped to
in
my ankle and one hidden up inside my
maybe
coochie.
in the deceptive ways
Yeah.
that things like
I keep the ammo
dispensationalism
in
can
my
be
boot.
pushed, you see where it can be really dangerous spiritually and physically when you're supporting things that Christians should not support. Like the stuff, again, that's happening in the Middle
Does
East.
he just like look around on OnlyFans all day while stroking his cock?
Okay, let's
and he's
go.
like,
We got
oh yeah, I'll
three
invite
more
this girl."
questions, I think.Maybe two. Okay. It says we've got Chris
Somebody.
Moran, 1234.
Some guy
The
is
Tatarian
looking
buildings
around, stroking
we-
himself,
we're-
and he's like, yeah.
we see weren't churches, nor were they built
Hey, would you like
by
10K or whatever the
1,000-year
fuck they
reign
offer people to
angels.
do this?
Just a reminder that Jesus Yeshua's kingdom is not of this world, so it isn't physical. Besides, Yahweh's commandment to not have or worship false idols would be violated, as these buildings are covered with statues of people clearly not Jesus or Mary or gargoyles or other abominations. Do you think that this was the beginning of Satan's little season, or do you think these buildings were leftovers? I think it could be a combination of the two. I think that, for one, lots of the iconography are angels. So you could say that's idolatry, but if you think about it, who told the Israelites to put angels on top of the Ark of the Covenant? You know, the Holy Ark. God told Moses that this is what it's supposed to look like. It should have angels on the top of it. So this is the thing, and actually I saw a video, and I'm not going to mention this content creator's name because honestly I just can't stand this person. Doesn't mean I love him, but I can't stand him, so I'm not going to give them it. When you see the stuff that the modern Catholic Church does, it's idolatry. A lot of the things they do are idolatrous. But just because things they make are beautiful does not mean it was always meant for worship, if that makes sense. That you could make a beautiful building. Even the original temple had cherubs inside the Holy of Holies. They were obviously just statues. You know, knowing the difference between what should be there because it's a symbol of something that's in heaven does not mean you should worship it. But true, there's lots of things that don't just look totally pagan or evil. But I think that's the interesting thing, is to think of the idea that what if some of these gods that were worshipped as false gods were what angels actually look like, and it's not necessarily there for them to be worshipped. It's just to show that these beings exist. I don't know. It's also possible is that I mentioned over and over again.
How the fuck does this keep getting on the ground? They're gonna kill themselves, bro.
Likely were Greco-Roman.
It's lip gloss.
So if
Your lip
those
gloss.
were
I
Greco-Roman
hate
buildings,
this.
Yeah, think about lip
then
gloss
it's
in their
likely that
stomach.
they would have had
I hate this.
You could be
pantheon
killing
of
them.
gods on
I
there,
hate this.
and those were left over. Those are remnants.
It
You
gets
don't
on
see
my
those
lip.
things. I mean, I guess you do see some gargoyles on Catholic churches, but again, that might be symbols of like the demons cannot get into this place. They're on the outside. I don't know. What do you think, John?
Dude,
What's
water
your-
with
what's your
the
answer to that
freaking
question?
Yeah, so
them things
you
in it.
know, I
I'm
part of me thinks about Exodus 20 verse 4,
put it in the dog
where you
There's
shall not make
put it in the dog bowl.
someone in the
or any
kitchen,
likeness of anything
and I
that's in
put
heaven
one of
above,
those
or
in the
that's in
water
the earth
bottle every
beneath,
morning.
or that's in the water under
I
the earth.
drink a lot more water.
And so when these watchers decided that they were going to leave their first estate,
I drink a liter and a half.
maybe
every day.
they built things
Buy
that
one for
are in the
$1 at
likeness
work.
of what
Oh,
they
yeah,
saw
I
in
drink
heaven.
that with my energy
And
drink.
maybe some of these places, with 30-foot tall doors, right,
shit.
are just these creations
A little
of these.
bit of talking
these
left.
demon
I'll pick
gods
up some more
as a-
tomorrow.
As
Can
a
you
way
turn
to
off
be
the
worshipped,
camera
or
for
as
a
a way
minute?
to be able to, show their power.
You're going to the
But
bathroom?
I also
Yeah.
think that maybe, I think that a lot of these buildings
Is
are
that okay?
leftovers from another kingdom, right?
They
Like
won't see you.
having Roman
Yeah.
cement inside of a U.S. Capitol
can't
building
be
is really
seen.
weird. I don't know how you would
Yeah,
figure out how to do that in the 1800s and then figure out how to do it. Nobody else can do it. It'd be more likely that that was a Roman building that has Roman cement that no one can make. And then number two, I'm thinking all these gargoyle things. It could be added after the fact. It's a possibility. I don't know. I don't really have a definitive thing on that, but I do find it interesting that the Roman cement. It's kind of like a dead giveaway to me that like we didn't make this stuff either, because the geopolymers that we have today they don't compare to that Roman cement.
Yes, yeah, that's a third possibility, that they were neither before, during, but after. Because if some people believe these buildings were literally created in the last 150 years, then it's not too outlandish to think that they could have put a statue or two on the outside of it, including a gargoyle or something like that. The superstitious people afterwards. Again, see, I'm not of the mindset that saints built these buildings or necessarily angels built them. And what that person also asked was that we know that God's kingdom, the kingdom that Jesus was talking about, was not of this world. It was a spiritual concept that he was trying to impart on people. What I've said almost from the beginning was, I was saying that I think it's possible that without the devil's hindrance, man could do more. And so it wasn't necessarily saints doing these things, it was men doing them. These men still would not be perfect. So they could have still made mistakes, and they could have still fallen in the trap, ultimately, of idolatry, by not quite understanding all of it. That's my thought process on there. So I think we got a couple more. Let's see what actually we got. Sorry, it's on the wrong screen. Okay, somebody said over here, they said Jason Booth 3972. First of all, I'm one of your biggest fans, but I just wanted to say, with love, the new pentagrams on your mixtape cover are kind of cringy. Just saying. Not like the people who saw the brick background and said you were Freemason, laugh out loud. Just want to be honest, it gives me a weird vibe. Okay, let me explain the pentagrams. Some people just call them stars. Pentagram is literally just a 5-pointed star. So there's no circles, there's no goat heads on them. They don't have circles around them. The reason they're stars is because I always say, pretty much every mixtape I say, if you like these podcast and you're listening on Apple or Spotify, give me a 5-star review. I would challenge anyone to find anything you can review that does not have the 5-pointed star, if it's a star system. So that's the only reason I put the stars up there, because I like to visualize the things I'm saying when I make edits to videos. So it's not a satanic thing, and I think that I used to always think that the 5-pointed star, the pentagram, was just inherently evil. But what I also have learned a little bit more, kind of in the same way that when you first wake up to a lot of the deception and the evil, you attribute every symbol or pattern to the enemy. But what I think the pentagram actually is, it is, for one, it's just a geometric pattern that's repeated in God's creation. God's fingertips are on everything that's created, so the enemy would have knowledge of this, and this is where like you get into the esoteric stuff, like the Pythagorean theorem and all that stuff. It's an understanding of how God has put patterns in things, and them being able to recreate these things through geometry. So the star pentagram in itself is not evil. The intent of the person in the secret club likely is. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? That you can have like the Fibonacci pattern and stuff like that. That's in nature. That was God spoke that into existence. So identifying patterns in the geometry that God had created is not in itself evil. It's always the intent. Thoughts, John? Do you have any thoughts on the pentagrams that I use in my videos?
You know, I could see how it would be concerning to somebody, right? I guess maybe when you've realized that like the world is coded in symbolism, you kind of start looking for it everywhere. I remember, you know, one time when I first started out doing this, I had a stream and there was like a gouty bull that you know I got when I was on vacation with my wife. And you know, everybody immediately said, you know, oh, this guy.
Oh, yeah, the bull in the background,
the bull coat, and all this other stuff, and it's like, wow, you know, so I get it. I totally understand it. You know, I've put together the fact that, you know, the Pentagon is the interior of a pentagram, and you know, like I've gone down all these things of, you know, recognizing stuff, but you know, to each his own. And I could see the you know, making people think about the stars and the, you know, putting the 5 stars. You know, I can see it. You know, it doesn't bother me. I'm not concerned or worried about it.
Yeah, so it's obviously an effect. It's an effect from my CapCut software. I used to try to actually put the 5 stars, but this was actually faster. And because these videos are thrown up really fast, they're the uncensored edit, the cuts. You don't get like the snappy all the people and all the things I put on the thumbnails for YouTube. So this is what you get. Sometimes you just get the freeze frame of it. You can believe me or not believe me.
It could also be
not satanic.
And if we want to really, you know, strap in the conspiracy helmet, it could be whoever made that software decided that we were going to put that in there, and that we were going to have this, right? So it's, you know, I guess you can go any way with it, right? But I don't think you wrote that software, did you, JT?
Well, no, I mean, the truth is, though, that, again, I was saying that the reason I use that effect is because when you have to give somebody a rating on Apple or Spotify, or, I mean, like, let's say if it's Amazon, you're rating a product. It's rated in stars, right? What kind of star? It wasn't the star of data or the star of Refim. You know, it's just like it's a 5-pointed star. That's just what they use. So, I mean, again, to some people, all things are evil. Some things are holy. I think that there's a little in between, because I think that, again, it's a geometric pattern. It can be represented as evil, or it can be. I've learned to become agnostic with some things just being, just kind of the way they are. We don't worship the stars. we understand that God made them. So let's see what we got. I think we have one. I think that might have been the last comment. Oh, geez, somebody said last comment here. It says Joan Sullivan. Let's see, Joan Sullivan, 4959. Would you watch this short video? It's Revelation 10 partially fulfilled on 9/11. I will try to watch it later. Probably not tonight. but with that being said, was there anything else you wanted to get to? We've been going for 2.5 hours, John. It's obviously it seems like it's flown by.
Listen, I just wanted to just say, that if you're on a path of trying to share God with people, and you find that the father of distraction, the father of lies, is figuring out a way to keep you from doing it, just keep doing it. I've been away for maybe 3 months. I probably have enough free time to be able to do something, and I'll definitely make sure I do more. But don't don't stop talking to people about it. And I look forward to another episode. I was gonna bring something up today, but we didn't have enough time for it. But all the myths about like Medusa turning people into stone, and some of the sculptures and things that you see from the Renaissance period. Maybe we can talk about that next time, because something tells me, just like the buildings.
Good night, Kay.
With those sculptures, where it's just it didn't happen the way.
Just kidding.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I wish you'd have brought that up when we were talking about the gargoyles and the iconography, because that is interesting. Because I know Brian and I on the JT's mixtape we released Monday, we were talking about C.S. Lewis and The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the Chronicles of Narnia, and how it was the evil witch was freezing people. And so Aslan breathes life into the ones who were not bad. But I imagine if you froze someone who was not good, they would have stayed frozen. So what if, that's a Medusa type thing, that's a Gorgon issue, and that people did, could that have really happened? What do you think? Do you think that's a?
I mean,
what if those demons were frozen on the outsides of those cathedrals?
It could be. I mean, it's very. I think I want to say the one that really blew me away was called Deception, and it's a guy with a fishing net, and so he's holding this fishing net, and all of this is made out of marble. So, the just muscles, moving a hand a certain way and being able to capture that specific, muscle movement on the arm. It's just, it's so lifelike and realistic. You really wonder, did someone really do that with a chisel and a hammer? A marble fishnet?
No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, we'll have to share some examples. That's a great topic. We talked about that the statues are incredible. Like not believable incredible. Like how could they do that with it almost looking like cloth? You can see transparent fabric where you can still see the detail and the wrinkles in the clothing. It is incredible. But on that note, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Once again, guys, please, if you guys want to support this channel, check out Modern Roots Life. You can support me by potentially supporting your health. Win-win for both of us. And if you want a shirt, link in the description, multiple colors. Actually, somebody mentioned, I think, was it Jesus is Lord 70 AD asked about the baby blue ones. I still have a limited quantity of the old shirts. You have to email me directly. But at this point, I really only have smalls and mediums. I have a few baby blue smalls and green mediums. I've got less than 10 total. But I'm open to the idea that we could have a throwback, and I could get some more of those. But if you guys want the current shirts, they're all available. You guys check out the website, jtfollowjc.com, or check out the link in the description. You guys can get small through XXX. You can get all the colors. Not the baby blue, not the green that I wear sometimes, but you can get that. And the hats might be on the horizon. And also, guys, check out the new episode of JT's Mixtape, episode number 36. Early and uncensored, now available on Patreon. So you guys are trying to check out the JT's Mixtape early. And again, you want to support me, that's a great way to do it. I really appreciate all you guys. Appreciate you guys members. Appreciate all the super chats here today. You guys are awesome. And please check out my brother, John, Little Season John, for Short Season John. Check out his channel. John, tell people where they can find you on all the things.
Yeah, short season John, JON. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube. Linktree will bring you to both places. But yeah, I appreciate it. I thank you, JT. It's always wonderful talking to you. Hopefully one